Oh, my computer, it do be complaining. Whoops. Whoopsie doodles. Well, at least it wasn't the list. I was writing down the question. I actually have a question this time. Yeah, wow. Hello, everybody. Hello, Aerith Winterfell. Woo, first stream, woo! Hello, Ghoulish Misfits. Barely hearing the xylophone. Why does that sound like one of your nicknames? Wolf's Banex, barely hearing the xylophone. Magistrate Ironlung, Reincarnator, wee! It was the dark time of ads, but then the stream began, filling our hearts with hopes, wonders, and dreams, and reminding us that no matter how shit the ads may be, there is always wonderful entertainment afterwards. And so we endured. Amazing. Love it. What is this a reference to? Because at first I was like, oh yeah, it was the night before Christmas, but it definitely is not that. But it's a reference to something. Hello, Dilsid. Yes, hello, Mako. Welcome, everybody. Sorry I'm late. So, no reference at all, just made it up because of Ghoulish. Well, that makes it even better. I love that. Thank you all for being here. So, if you are new here, welcome to the stream. Wow. I think I told you last time, that OBS is like, hi, do you want Discord integration? But it's not like, I don't know, it's weird. It's not giving me this option of like, here's an option, do you want to turn it on or do you want to turn it off? It's just showing me my Discord messages in OBS, and like, I cover up Discord so it doesn't distract me during the streaming. I don't want this OBS, but I don't know how to turn it off. I might just go and like mute my at least that server. Yeah, that's too much. But the conclusion of all this is that just seeing those messages threw me off. Threw off my groove. Do I have to do... Oh, notification settings. Okay. Only at mentions. Done. Okay. Okay. Ghoulish says, I'm eating eggless, sugarless, flourless cookies. Those either don't sound like cookies or don't sound like good cookies, I'm sorry to say. But I really, when you said sugarless, I saw sugar glass. So, like, I'm out here eating sugar glass. Though I guess that is a thing in baking, isn't it? That's kind of on, like, the baking shows where they make pretty stuff. They, like, make stuff look like glass, but it's sugar. So I guess you can eat sugar glass. Mako, stop abusing yourself. You are worthy of love. So you're inhaling air. You're eating nothing. Thin air. It sounds disturbing. We're all piling on to insult his cookies. Theoretical cookies, the only guilt-free cookies. Oh, incredible. Oh man, I have to. Let's see if I can easily find it. There's a little short song thing about guilt-free stuff that you guys would love. It's totally like your guys' kinds of humor. Really? Really? You're not gonna give it to me right as I just look it up? What's wrong with you? Well, I'll have to find it during the break, I guess. Remind me. I guess I'll try and type it down. I'll put it with the question. There we go. Ghoulish, I've eaten worse. I've also eaten better. If you don't mind me asking, what is this? Is this like your roommate put out cookies for you and you're like, I guess I'll eat it if it's all we have? Or is it like you're on a diet or something? It's like a non-crunchy granola bar. That's so... Granola bars, depending, can already be pretty sad. But take the crunch away and it seems even sadder. You ever come home from the grocery store then just stand at the counter and eat a whole package of Oreos? What's this in reference to? The streamer's cure or curse. I'm not sure if you meant cure or curse. The moment you announce something, it vanishes. Oh, it's very gummy. Oh my gosh. A gummy, non-crunchy granola bar. This does sound like you're hurting yourself. Anyway, let's try and get through the intro. So, if you're new here, here's how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. They will be read if you unlock them through cheering. So you'll see that there are 4. There are 4 moths. There'll only be 3 today, but there are 4 moths around the screen. Bottom one unlocks you Encore 1. The next one, Encore 2, the next one, Encore 3, and so on. So, yeah. If you would like to be a guaranteed person, not there. You go over here. Where's my mouse? You go over here. You go to the server shop, and then you can see that there are 3 tiers. There is the Bookworm tier, that is $3 a month. There is the Cocoon and Silk tier, that's $5 a month, and the Transform 1 tier, that's $10 a month. If you sign up as a bookworm, then you are able to submit prompts. You can see the secret supporter chat, and you can submit 2 submissions to the weekly submission pool, and pool, and you get some emojis. And then the Cocoon and Silk one, you get all those perks, and then also you'll be in the guaranteed if and when you submit and you get picked to be read on stream. You can submit 3 submissions, and you can submit 6-word prompts instead of the usual 5. Then if you're a transformed one, you get all those things, and then you can submit 4 submissions. You can submit 7-word prompts. And the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat goes directly to the poll, provided that there are no issues with it. And then you can have a universe tag if you so desire. So you can just DM me or tag me saying what tag you'd like for your universe. And I don't tend to say this. I really should say this. If you have both a Twitch Cocooned in Silk subscription and a Discord Cocooned in Silk subscription, that counts as a Transformed one subscription. So if you have that, then make sure that you let me know so I can give you that that role. Yes, let us do this before I move things. Why am I going so far down? I just want the stream chat. Yes, thank you, Ghoulish. So I think what I've landed on, we have kept pushing back the spring contest reviews because I said in the rules that I wanted everyone in the council to, of course, except for Ragnar, but I wanted everyone in the council to read all the stories and review them all, and then basically they would all get to vote on the winner, and that gets added to the points that you get from like the word bank and stuff. And then anybody who wants to join them, anybody who also reads and reviews all the stories also gets the privilege of voting. And I said that I would push back you would have a week, but if the council needs more time, I'd give you more time. So I have done that. But I think at this point, I'm going to make the review deadline 9 a.m. on Tuesday this coming week. Because I don't want to just keep pushing it back and back. And so, yeah, so, I mean, I really should make an event for it. If somebody else has event privileges, go ahead and make event for 9 a.m. CST on Tuesday for, like, the last hour, too. But yeah, anyways, I'm all frazzled. So I'm hoping that everyone in the council is able to meet that deadline, but if they're not, we're just going to go with who we have. And so that does mean that hopefully I should be able to calculate the votes and everything so that we can stream Spring Stories next Saturday. If I'm not able to calculate everything in time, and people aren't able to get their votes in time, then we might have to push it back another week. I hope we don't have to do that. But yes, if all goes well, we should be reading the Spring Stories next Saturday. So I'm saying all this, A, to let you know that should hopefully be happening next Saturday, and B, to remind you that anybody who wants to be a voter for the spring contest, you can. Like, even if you did not submit a story for the spring contest, if you would like to vote for the winner, go ahead and read and review all the stories, and you will be eligible to vote. You'll be able to vote for the winner. So if you're interested in that, then get started. Yep, as of right now, I've got 2 days and some change. Exactly. You both said it. My laughter is breaking the stream. Oh, is it, like, cutting out? Yeah, it sounds like you're eating dollops of cold oatmeal. Cold oatmeal in pucks with raisins and chocolate chips. Oh gosh. The chocolate chips sound like the only pleasant part of this. It sounds like eating no cookie would be more pleasant than eating this monstrosity. Alrighty-roo. So our prompt for this day, this week, was It's Just Blood. As I said, this is one that has been trying for many a year, and so, especially after seeing it, like, get so close, so many Halloween polls, I'm really excited to see it finally win. I think you guys had a lot of fun with it. There's some really great stories, that we're gonna have some fun reading today. So, our list, where'd it go? There it is. Our list is, for our guaranteed, Koryan, C.M. Weller, Marx, and Lee Strangely. Then for our encores, we have Decoy, Stephen, and Spectre. Yes, we are one story short today because we only had three encores. Usually I would at least have the option to have a bonus fifth, but I didn't today, and I'm sorry about that. I got late to practicing, and so I didn't really have the time and energy to practice the fifth one, and it just was nice to have one less, especially because I was late. And then I got late to the stream today as well, so... and then, these stories have a lot of meat on their bones. I think that there are going to be some potentially long discussions for them, so I think it will be better time-wise to just stick with the 4 and the 3, but I apologize that we don't have that fifth one. I mean, I did say you don't have to, like, read and review your own. I really wanted to write this week, but I was so busy pre-planning for my new position at work. That's fair. I think we said it last time, but congrats again on your new position. Alrighty, Roo. Are we ready to go? Are we ready to begin? Is there anything else? I guess I'll let you know. Hollow Knight is set up again. If you missed it, I did stream going into the White Palace in Hollow Knight. I have not reached the Path of Pain. I streamed me struggling. I struggled with the starter salad before the meal that is the Path of Pain. And guess what? We're still in the starter salad. So that's gonna be your ad. What's happening during the ad is me struggling with the White Palace in Hollow Knight. But I think it's gonna work a lot better than like trying the Colosseum and stuff, because I think it'll be a lot easier to like stop after 3 minutes. And it'll like, I don't know, temper out the frustration. I'll get 3 minutes of frustration between the stories and then I'll cool off. Oh, sorry. Oh, see, like, maybe I should discuss with you guys what is most helpful to you. Rink says, I think I misunderstood eligible guaranteed. I thought being tagged that meant I'll be read. I didn't understand. It just meant might be. Maybe next week. Indeed. And thank you for the cheer. Sad cheer times. Yeah, so I used to call them eligible supporter and eligible general, but it ended up confusing some folks in the council because bookworms are supporters, but they're not folks who get in the guaranteed. And like the whole point of those tags is to say who's in the guaranteed section and who's in the encore section. And so I switched the names to say eligible guaranteed and eligible encore to try to reflect that it is guaranteed section, encore section, and not just like all supporters, you know. But I also totally misunderstand that misunderstanding, and so like I don't really know what to call them. I don't know how to put it in a healthy middle ground. Whoa! Look at all these cheers! A waboomp. Yep, guaranteed is a category, not a descriptor. Thank you guys so much for the nice beefy cheers, and that's one encore unlocked, which is awesome. And pretty close to unlocking too. That's like 600 bits, right? Oh, negative fan! I didn't see that! Have you had that nickname for the entire week? Wild. Okie dokie. To carry a sword. Oh, wait a second. Somebody make sure Koryan is here. I think Koryan is usually here, but let's make sure that they're here before we do this. Somebody tag him. Right, Kiki? Oh, yeah. You know what I pay Hollow Knight on the ads, then we get less kitty time, huh? There's also a kitty behind her. I don't know if you can see him. If you can see him, you can see the gross trash can, so that's not great. Typo negative is a real band. Nice. Yup. Sorry for caps. Was your computer stuck on caps and you just were like accidentally excited? Accidentally went too far. I love that. I just am getting this image of just like burst down the door. Yup. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I went so far. Super fair. Didn't realize the caps are on. Koryan confirmed, indeed. Alrighty, room. To carry a sword. Illiterate Heroes by Koryan. 343 words. My sword clattered on the ground as it slipped from my hands. My body soon followed. My breathing became shallower. My eyes averted away from the body that lay in front of me. Never again would he move. I knew picking up the sword, and being taught by many talented swordsmen, I would one day strike a man down. But I never thought that day would come so soon. I pushed the thoughts away and crumpled like a ball of paper. The surrounding voices were unintelligible noises, and further I retreated into myself. Blood. So much blood. I could hardly feel large hands enfolding me. My eyes glossed over anything right in front of me, and only the memory of me frantically swinging my sword until the threat was no longer a threat remained. As I continued to sit in my dazed state, I felt something cold and wet rubbed against my hands, but it wasn't enough to bring me completely back to my senses. I'm not sure how much time passed before I could control my body again. My breathing became smoother as the smell of alcohol and the sound of humming brought my attention to the person in front of me. Nye. I'm right here. Both his voice and expression were soft and filled with a calm worry. I began searching for the body. I only got a glimpse of Reese's back swaying. Look at me. His voice was a little harsh, but caring underneath. I complied with his command. His face, why is it always so gentle? You completely shut down. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I'm the leader. It's my responsibility to not only organize everyone's strengths and weaknesses, but it's also my responsibility to look after their physical and mental well-being while under my command. I looked down at my hands. There was no trace of blood. Only one thought remained with the flashes of what I had done. My vision swelled with tears as I looked back up at Nye. Why couldn't it have been ink? Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Makeup. Almost all my bits for now, but I'm not going straight home, so I don't know if I'll be able to buy more this week. Fair enough. Anything, any bits that you can throw at me are all appreciated. If you have any questions, Koryan, don't hesitate to ask them. Alrighty, always fun to see. Oh, thank you for the GA, Magistrate Iron Lung and Ghoulish Misfit. Always fun to see a new installment of the Illiterate Heroes universe. I don't know. I mean, we talked about this in the past of like one-offs versus universes, and I think it's pretty clear that both are great. Absolutely, I really enjoy both. I tend to lean towards universes because this feels like visiting an old friend, right? That it's like, oh yeah, like our little illiterate buddy. Oh, you need to make a tongue twister out of that. It's fun. I like it. I really like your title. I like how your title is basically like this idea of what it means to carry a sword, you know, like the price of carrying a sword kind of thing. I think that's very neat. I really like your prompt use a lot. I don't know why my brain isn't here today. My brain, are you in attendance today? I keep blanking. But I really like your prompt use that using it as, you know, as like baby's first kill, I guess. Brain, why is that the phrasing you came up with? But that it's like, yeah, I knew that I was gonna do this. I know that in the end of the day, it's just blood. But, like, right now, it's not just blood. Like, right now, like, this is too much. This is a lot for me. And so I think that worked very well. I like the description of the homie freaking out a bit, you know, the sword clattering and you know, their body following and everything. I think that's great. I like the never again would he move and immediately showing the main character's mentality of like, oh yeah, even though they clearly did it, they also clearly are not really cool with the fact that he can't move again, you know. I do feel like so I knew picking up the sword and being taught by many talented swordsmen, I would one day strike a man down, but I never thought that day would come so soon. So I really like the idea that you're going for here, of like, I knew I'd have to do this, but actually doing it is another thing entirely. I think that's great. But I think that saying that they were taught by many talented swordsmen quite undermines the point that you're going for here. Because if you just left it at, like, I knew picking up a sword I would one day have to strike someone down, then I'd be like, yeah, like, that makes sense. Like, you maybe picked up the sword just to go off adventuring. You know that one day you'll probably have to use it, but you're not trained in it, skilled in it. You don't really know the gravity of it yet. You know, that would make a lot of sense. But I feel like most people aren't even trained by one talented swordsman. You're lucky if you get one mediocre swordsman to train you. So the fact that Homie got multiple talented swordsmen to train them feels like it kind of goes against the point here, because I'm kind of sitting here going, in all those, I'm gonna guess, years, maybe decades of training, like, you're still this shut down the first time that you kill someone. Like, and that's not to, like, I don't know, that's not to try to undermine the pain and the horror of doing this. Like, and that's part of what I like about the story is, obviously, of course, like, taking a life, even if you have some training, would be extremely difficult. I totally get that. But, like, you know, I'll talk about another aspect of it. Like, over here you say, like, the only memory of me frantically swinging my sword. Again, if Homie just, like, picked up the sword to go adventuring, but they weren't trained in it, that 100% makes sense. But again, if they're trained not just by a talented swordsman, by multiple talented swordsmen, it should be muscle memory at this point. Like, even if they're freaked out, it should still be muscle memory of what to do. They shouldn't be wildly swinging after training with so many talented swordsmen. And I don't really know why they would even want to train with multiple talented swordsmen if they don't really want to be here, you know, if this isn't what they want to do. I recall from other stories in this universe that, you know, oh man, maybe I don't. I was gonna say, I remember there was a story about kind of him talking to the leader and him kind of being ashamed of, I think, like, running away, that he, like, ran away from home and stuff like that, and then the leader's like, we all did. We're all running from something. Like, you don't need to be ashamed. Like, that kind of thing. So it definitely didn't seem like Homie was rich and had the money to hire multiple talented swordsmen. It didn't seem like Homie had the goal of, like, I would like to be a talented swordsman in order to even begin to train with multiple talented swordsmen. And so it just kind of feels like Homie ran away from home, needed, like, somewhere else to go, something else to do, and it definitely kind of read as, like, it definitely read as just like, yep, I'm picking up this sword, I don't really know how to use it, but, like, this is a better life than at home, you know, that kind of thing, rather than the training. So yeah, the training really throws me. And as I'm saying this, I'm starting to wonder if maybe what you meant is that in the party there are a bunch of talented swordsmen. Like, maybe Nye and Reese and, you know, some other people, maybe they are all talented swordsmen. And they're like, hey, yeah, bud, we'll train you, we'll help you out. That makes so much more sense. That does work for me. That it's kind of more of a casual, on the road, let's train with the buds kind of thing. That would totally work. That just isn't the image that I get. Like, I've read this like 3 times, and only through talking about this right now did I even get that idea. So it definitely to me read as like, yes, you know, like, what is he called? Is he called Piandao? That Sokka trains with? It definitely read like that kind of thing. Like, yes, I went to the old master on the mountain and I trained with him. And then I went to the other old master on the other mountain and I trained with him. You know, that kind of thing. But moving on. I was like, what did I say about this? I said, is this the right career path? So I guess that kind of goes along with what I was saying, that it's like, you know, if it makes you this shut down, again, especially after training with that many talented swordsmen, that many being simply many, you know, is this the right career path? Like, why are you still pursuing this, right? So I definitely think that just taking that out and just having to be like, I knew picking up the sword, I'd have to do it one day, just didn't think the day would come soon, removes all of those questions. I like this. I like the focus on the blood, of course. Works very well with the prompt and how very, very much they seem like they're retreating into themselves and they can't really hear what's going on around them. I'm not quite sure what I could feel large hands unfolding me means here. I think what you mean is like they're all balled up, and so like large hands are like, let's open up a little bit, you know. So that's cool. If so, it's just a little bit of an awkward phrasing. I already had my critique for this, but other than that, I quite like just all this like emotional imagery of like eyes glossing over, remembering what they did, you know. Though actually, I didn't think about this until now. But even though this would totally work if you took out the training. I do think that saying, like, you know, the memory of me, like, plunging it into them, or the memory of the light in their eyes dying, or something like that, I actually think would make a little more sense as to what they're flashing back to. Because, like, sure, it was freaky, you'd probably be flashing back to all of it, but the problem was that homie died. The problem is that the guy died, and so I feel like that's actually the thing that their mind would keep replaying, rather than just like their wild swinging, if that makes sense. This makes me want to grab like one of my toy swords and actually do that motion. I really like this description here of like something cold and wet rubbed against my hands. I didn't get it first. I think it's them washing off the blood, like, be it them taking like a cold rag and washing it off, be it them like putting his hands in the river or something like that. But I like that we don't really get the answer, because homie doesn't get the answer either, because homie's like, I'm still not really here. I feel this sensation, but my mind is not here to know what that sensation is. And we're totally in the main character's head feeling exactly that. And so I think that works very well. I'm curious. I'm also curious about the alcohol. I don't know if they just, like, you know, waved the wine bottle. Well, maybe not wine. What would be the adventurers? The adventurers' alcohol. I want to say rum, but that's very much pirate stuff. I don't know. The adventurer's alcohol of choice. You know, they opened it like under his nose to try and like jolt him awake or something like that. I do like that. Why are we sending little pictures of little spider guy? Who is little spider guy? Also, that looks like a fly. So I think that, let's see, where was it there? Yeah, it was. Okay. So I actually think that my biggest confusion with the piece was just this mention of Reese, because Nye here doesn't have a dialogue tag, and so I couldn't tell if this was the main character saying Nye, or if this was whoever is in front of the main character addressing the main character and going, Nye, you're awake, Nye, you're with us, you know, that kind of thing. And so I think that a dialogue tag here would be very helpful. This does kind of imply that it is like the main character saying Nye and Nye going, I'm here. But it's not 100% crystal clear. And then when I saw Reese here, I was like, wait, but Nye is the one that we're with. And I didn't really know what back swaying meant. I was just like, what do you mean is back swaying? And he's just sitting there swaying a bit. But I think what it means is that homie is looking for a body, and Reese is walking away with the body. And so, like, Reese and maybe another person, they're walking away. And so their back is kind of swaying as they're walking away. I think it's a little too abstract for me to get that easily. And so I do think that, like, I feel like taking it out would be a lesser sin than keeping it in. I'm trying to figure out how you could better keep it in, but, you know, convey it more clearly. I guess just Reese walking away. Walking away carrying something. Yeah, I only got a glimpse of Reese walking away carrying something. I think that would fix it, actually. And then here I was like, who, Reese or Nye? You know? Oh yeah, and so here, there's the same question. But I do kind of like this, you know, that kind of clarifying the personality of this character, that he is, you know, the leader, but he's also very gentle. That's a great quality for a leader to have. I kind of like the, you know, you completely shut down thing. I do feel like there's an element here of, like, we're very lucky that dead homie didn't have a buddy. Because if dead homie had a buddy, homie, main character homie, may not be alive to be freaking out right now, you know. But I do like that, you know, emotional beat of the story, that it really freaked homie out to the point where he shut down. And I do like that the leader just doesn't judge him for it and doesn't say what I just said of, like, well, you're lucky you didn't have a friend, but just comforts him and is like, hey, like, I'm the leader, I'm supposed to take care of you. I do feel like it, like, this line works because it is basically saying I need to take care of you. But I do think that saying something more relevant to the situation, rather than, like, I'm the leader and here's, like, quite a bit of explanation of me being the leader, rather like him saying, you know, you completely shut down, I'm sorry, you know, don't be sorry, and then, I don't know, say something about the actual scenario. And then, so why couldn't it have been ink? I feel like this is interesting, but I do feel like this is one of those things where it is too much of a tie-in to another story. Because I don't know if I remember it quite accurately, but I think there was another story in this universe where a homie did get ink all over his hands. Probably was for the prompt, ink on your hands. Or maybe it was like for a redo one. But I think that it was like he couldn't read the whatever it was, and so it, like, cursed back at him and got ink all over his hands. And so, but, like, I vaguely remember it, and anybody who hasn't read that story won't even have that context at all. And so anybody who doesn't have that context is going to be going, why are we talking about ink? Why do you want it to be ink? Like, what? Like, of course you get the basics of, like, I don't want it to be blood. You know, ink is better than blood. You get that part. But you're just kind of wondering, what do you mean why couldn't it have been ink? Why do you want it to be ink? Why is that where your brain is going, you know? And so it can kind of make your brain go to places like, oh, I guess, like, homie wanted to be a poet instead of a fighter, sort of thing. And I know that's not the case, but if that was, then, like, using that as the last line of, like, I wanted to be a poet, not a fighter, you know, I think would work a little bit better to be understandable to newcomers. It's more complicated than that, though, so it's hard to figure out how you can make it understandable to newcomers. Because it's not like, I wanted to be a poet, like, he doesn't even want to be a poet either, because it's like the lesser of two evils. It's like, I hated that, but I hate this more, you know, kind of thing. I guess, like, maybe taking out at least part, if not all, of the leader lines and going, like, I'm sorry, I did it again, or, no, well, still for this, but, like, in the narration, you could say, like, I remembered how when we were in, you know, this dungeon of something, or wherever they were, like, when we were in place, that when I couldn't read the scroll, it got ink all over my hands. I remember how horrified I was at the time. Why couldn't it have been ink? You know, I think that would work better, because that would convey, like, oh, this was scary. I didn't know scary. You know, I was scared then, but this is so much worse. You know, that kind of thing. You could say, you couldn't do it in dialogue. You could have him be like, you know, remember when we were, you know, here and, like, the ink got all over my hands, you know. I wish we were back there. You know, that could work, but might sound a little more awkward. So, from what I understand of it, I do think I like the idea that you're going for there, but I think it's quite difficult to parse the meaning there, and so I think just either taking it out or explaining it more, using your words to explain it, I think would make that line more powerful, if that makes sense. And, like, I'm a little torn, because I do think, like, looking at your hands and seeing they're covered in blood and going, why couldn't it have been ink, I think is a bit more powerful of an image. But I also like, you know, them taking care of him while he's out of it, you know, so I'm torn on that. Maybe, I guess you could probably do something like they go back to, or maybe Homie, like, runs back to where the body was and there is, like, blood on the ground. Or, actually, this was another one of my questions, because he did, like, crumple on the ground next to the body, and so, presumably, he got blood on his clothes. And so, I think that would work, to add more power to the image of, like, looking at his robes or whatever and seeing the blood still on them and going, like, why couldn't it have been ink, you know? Alright, let's see what folks have been saying. Koryan only noticed that I really tried to play with subtext in this one. Interesting. Can you tell me more? I think it was probably that last bit, and I probably missed it. So let me know what the subtext you were intending for us to get was. Round 244. My brain isn't here today. Baby's first kill. Running on willpower and spite. Too stubborn to die. These are all great. News at 11. Local man too angry to die. Incredible. No, I totally agree with you there. This is, to me, just because someone has been trained in movements and what to do doesn't mean that person is mentally prepared to kill someone. I totally agree. I'm sorry that didn't come across. My intention was that, yes, of course, like, especially for someone like the main character here, they would not be prepared to kill someone, and absolutely, like, this is a valid reaction that somebody could absolutely have. It's more about when you do hours, if not years, if not decades of training the body is gonna know how to respond, even if the mind doesn't. So, again, like, it totally works if you take out the training. But it's sounding like Homie may have gotten at least months, and at most decades of training. Then, like, even if you were like, holy crap, like, I don't want to do this is insane, your body's probably still gonna, like, respond to the sword fight, if that makes sense. If sword masters live on mountains, I'm only going to one, not shopping around on multiple mountains. Exactly. Oh, gosh. Grog, beer, mead. I mean, isn't grog also a pirate thing? I can confirm, it was definitely a spider. Gotcha. Ale, maybe. Uh-huh. Sorry, the photo doesn't do him justice. Pretty sure adventures are wine, guys. Cheap carry wine. Interesting. I always associate with, like, beer with cheapness and wine with class, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Adventurers have enough suffering in their life, they don't need to drink beer. But the beer might also make them forget their sufferings. Yeah, there's no guarantee the water is clean. Super fair. Granted, I think all alcohol tastes like a punishment. Incredible. Now that could be a prompt. Taste like a punishment. Small beers are a good carry, like drinking non-alcoholic beer, but at least it won't give you dysentery because the water was boiled before brewing. Fair enough. Now I'm imagining modern day adventurers with their Budweiser cooler. Yeah, maybe it was for ink on your hands. Would you rather have blood on your hands or glitter? Glitter for sure. Ghoulish blood. Glitter feels like sand, and I hate sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. Straight blood will wash out. Glitter is forever. There's always been cheap rot gut wine. I don't think I've heard of rot gut wine. Let's see here. I think this is more of a beginning of the stream thing, but I'm still interested in it, so I'll still read it. Wolf said, I had choice paralysis for today's prompt. At first, I was going to do a tribute to Bahubali, but I ended up getting stuck too deep in Hindu animal sacrifice traditions, so I tried to pivot to do something more inspired by Shang or Zhao dynasty in China. But then I'd have to read the Book of Rites. Then I thought I could use the Buhag from Gulagichi culture, but I forgot that Buhag fed on breath. Ooh, and not blood. That's super interesting. But by the time I was like, maybe I'll just use Ravenwalkers. It was Friday morning. Oh, our brains are so different. Why would you have to read, like, all of, presumably, this book? Why would you have to read the whole book? Like, can't you do, like... You know, sure, of course it would be preferable to do a big amount of research, but if you have a week, we would all forgive you if you just, like, look at the Wikipedia article, or if Wikipedia's too, I don't know, not enough, you could look at a couple articles on the interwebs, and then just enough to get you what you need, you know? Why do you need to go that far for your weekly prompt? I like that. That's funny. Baby's first kill. I'm glad I made you laugh. Yeah, I got it. Ooh, apparently there's a song called First Kill. Main character still doesn't have a name yet. I was gonna ask. I was like, I keep calling him Homie. I want to know what his name is. He's still new to the sword and learning how to use sword while adventuring. Yep, running away. I'm still trying to build the world and the characters. Yes, some more swordsmen in the party. Okay, so he was not training in the mountains. He was training with his party members. I think then just saying, like, I knew picking up the sword and being trained by my party members. I think just being clear, it's the party members, not, like, just multiple talented swordsmen, as in, like... the talented swordsman on the mountains, you know, making it clear the party members. I think that would fix the issue. I see. I'm looking at it closer now. I mean, I guess I'll put it up. Here is little spider guy. He really looked like a fly with, you know, the wings back here with, like, the, I don't know... a more, like, angled butt. But I guess, like, I see the spideriness to the legs. Incoming ad break. Batten down the hatches. Yeah, that was my intent. Since someone else taking the body away. Very fair. Appreciate all the critiques. I'm glad to hear that they're helpful. Yeah, it was mostly that last line for subtext, since main character comes from a family of scribes and readers, and he's the party reader. Gotcha. Yeah, I think, like, I don't know, let me make sure I look up the definition of subtext to make sure I know what I'm actually talking about. Yeah, the underlying or implicit meaning as of a literary work. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so subtext would be more like, I mean, I don't have time for an example really, but it would be more like, this is what's on the surface, but if you look deep, you'll see something beneath. Like, we'll have a good example in Lee's story. But this is more like, not so much like, here's the first layer, and like, the reader can understand the bottom layers. It's more of context, right? That the reader needs the context for why he would say this, what his relationship to ink is, you know, and so that's not really something that a reader could just get if they don't know the main character and they don't know this universe. Yeah, so I'd say that that's more context than subtext, unfortunately. I know the ad is coming. I appreciate the ad for holding off to let me finish my thought there. But we can do this. Well, maybe we can't, but where are you, ad? Did somebody cancel it? Chinese sac. Oh, there it is. Chinese sacre. Nope. Okay, so I hate that this is the place where we're at, because this is where we are, and I genuinely don't know if I can do this part. So, if you guys can help me, like, figure out how I'm supposed to do this, then, like, maybe it's good I'm doing this here. But, like, as far as I can tell, I basically have to either just walk, like, while it's in the, in that middle state where it's open, or I have to, like, go to the first one, stand, go to the next one, stand, but I have to do it for like a millisecond before the next one comes up. I have made zero progress, because, like, okay, so this goes down, go here, yep, down, nope, no. Okay, I have to wait for hive blood. Yeah, well, I'll have to look at the picture again, because what I'm seeing as, like, wings definitely don't look like grabby legs. Okay. I guess I'm just going too early, so down, over. See, that's the thing. So because, like, you see what I'm doing, right? That like, I'm trying to move forward at the right time, but, like, there is no time. Dash for the gap. I have tried that. I'll show you, but, like, okay, so, oops, I didn't mean to do that one. Yeah, that's what happens. I mean, I guess I can try that one too, but the results will be the same. And, like, I'll try to walk as well, but, and, like, that was me, like, pushing the walk button, and it still didn't get me over in time. Like, I don't know if I need to, like, dash there, so, and then pain dial. Exactly. I see the ad is gone, but see, this is why this is easier to stop. Oops, I didn't mean to do that one. Okay, fair. Again, I tried, and even if my attempt didn't quite work, yeah, that's totally fair, and I totally appreciate the try. Like, as I always say, like, I don't mean to be too harsh, so I hope I'm not doing that. I do appreciate the attempt. I motion for the nameless protagonist to be named Hoami, homie, pronounced homie. Incredible. Oh, so Chinese sacrifice laws are tedious and its contents are not on Wikipedia. Gotcha. I mean, but again, like, why do you need to know, like, all the tedious intricacies of all their laws to write a 350-word story? Because, assuredly, if you were to write about the sacrifices in that much tedious detail, it would be a lot more than 350 words just to do that, you know? But, anywho, quite enjoyed this story, Koryan. Thank you so much for submitting. I don't believe that CM Weller is here. Am I correct about that? Oh, kitty. Kitty's so cute. I don't want to touch her because she's, you know, adorable. Adorable, cute. Inspiration's one of those, it's not in the story, but it's on the periphery situations. I mean, like, I understand the concept of, like, okay, like, it's not going to be in the story, but I need to know these things to understand the story. But it's still, it feels like you're expecting too much from yourself. And, like, like, again, of course, the more you know, the better. And if you were writing a novel, I'd absolutely be like, yeah, go read it. But if it's just like, I want to write a nice little 350-word story, I don't expect you to, in the periphery, know everything about the topic. Just enough to write it down. And, like, if it's, like, something that you feel like you need to know every intricacy of it to write it, then it feels like it's not really viable for a 350-word weekly story. You know, if you have to read a big, dense novel and you're not a fast reader, it's not really a viable option. So I would encourage exploring other options in that case. Yeah, Wolf doing an inordinate amount of research to attempt to write for a weekly prompt does seem on brand for him. It totally does. And, like, I'm trying to, I don't know how any of this sounds. I'm not trying to, like, discourage you or anything. I'm just trying to say, like, it's totally fine if that's if that's your brand, if that's what you want to do, if that's what you like doing. I just don't want it to be something that stops you from writing, right? If especially if this is something that comes up a lot, I want to encourage you not to let that stop you from writing because you're like, oh, I have to read, you know, this book to write something, if that makes sense. I see no CM Weller, so it looks like we're going on to Marx. Alrighty. Crazy in Love. Magic, Circuits, and Demons by Marx. 331 words. Content warning, suicidal desires. Xander sighed. Murphy, I specifically worded this island to keep demons out. She won't be a problem. And Murphy glanced at Nisha, who seemed more focused on Serenity, the only other female in the group, than the conversation. That's not good enough, Xander growled in reply. If it's going to stay here, you need to at least make a blood pact with it. This caught Nisha's attention, her eyes darting to Murphy. She began. I am still willing to... No, Murphy cut her off, staring at the ground. End of story. Xander's eyes widened. Wait, the demon wants to make a blood pact with you? With her life as the condition, Murphy grumbled. How irregular, Serenity chimed in. Using one's life as a condition for a blood pact leaves very few loopholes for demons to take advantage of. Why the hell wouldn't you take it up on that? Xander asked. Because she will do what I ask anyway, as long as it doesn't hurt me. Serenity's eyes flashed for a moment with a mechanical whir. There are 27 scars on your body that match the demon's teeth patterns. Those were accidents, both Murphy and Nisha said simultaneously, before flashing each other a coy smirk. She hasn't lost control in weeks, Murphy insisted. Xander rolled his eyes. Maybe you're willing to take that risk, but I'm not. You need to leash your demon. Murphy shook his head. I give off a smell that makes me irresistible to demons. Despite that, if I gave her the green light to eat me, she'd refuse. I still don't see why you wouldn't. I don't trust myself with the power to make her do it anyway. Murphy looked at the ground again. You want to be eaten? Xander looked at Murphy like he'd grown a second head. I'm a demon magnet. I'm probably going to die from a demon eating me. Nisha would make it quick. Other demons probably wouldn't. I'm in a much better mental space now, but I still don't want that temptation. Xander blinked. Oh. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Thank you for the cheer, Hellenic, and welcome. So Marx had some questions. One, I broke my usual no more than 3 characters rule for this one. Did it feel like one too many? 2, did everything make sense? Any glaring plot holes? 3, did I need to explain that the world at this point is overrun with demons? I thought it would be useful info, but would invite questions I didn't have words to answer. 3, did I need to explain what a blood pact was, or did I give enough context? 4, one of the things that slightly annoyed me about writing this is I want to get across that Murphy doesn't actually care if he dies at this point. Rose been through a lot of nightmare fuel. But he doesn't want Nisha to feel bad about doing it after the fact. That he cares more about her mental well-being than his life. Even to the extent that he wouldn't even order her to kill him without eating him, because he knows she'd find him delicious and would want her to get as much happiness from his death as possible. Should I have put more effort into getting that across? 5, how did you take the ending? If I had the words, I'd have gone into Xander having struggled with suicidal thoughts as well, so it flipped his empathy switch, but I hoped it at least came across as him being empathetic on some level. 6, lol, I almost made the title to this one a 3-hour tour, because, you know, they're on an island, but the line itself didn't work, nor did any of the lyrics for Gilligan's Island, unfortunately. Is my chosen title a better fit? So feel free to answer any and all of those questions in the chat. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlung and Ghoulish Misfit. Alrighty. I'm trying to decide if I want to start with the title stuff. Remind me to come back to it. We'll do the title stuff at the end, I think. Especially because you asked about it. So hopefully I'll remember. I really enjoyed this story myself. I definitely want to hear from the chat, especially those who aren't familiar with Marx's universe or aren't familiar with these universes that just got combined, which is pretty awesome. If you were able to understand it, and if not, you know, what confused you and why, sort of thing. I found the story, I really liked, I don't know, I found the story very impactful, very heartfelt. But most of that is at the end, so we will get to that. So this is a little nitpicky, but there's kind of an element of, if you warded the island to keep demons out, how, just physically, did it even get in? Because it makes sense in the sense that he's like, hey, why are you bringing your demon here? No. No demons here. Again, this is what happens when my brain is being weird. It's like, no demons. No capes, no demons. But, you know, warding sounds like it would physically keep the demons out. And so it seems like it's maybe not a very good ward if it's just like, oh darn, he brought his demon here and the demon is not like burning or, you know, just physically kept out or anything like that. Yeah, I guess to give my answer to one of your questions is that I do really like this first line, and I do think the first line does a good job of just saying, no demons here. And that, I don't think that line implies that the world is overrun with demons. I kind of have an issue answering the question because I know the world is overrun with demons, and so I'm like, yes, of course he wants to keep the demons out because the world is overrun with demons. And so it's hard for me to know how to answer that for someone who doesn't know. But I think what it probably does is that it's like, demons are clearly a problem because he wants them out. But it doesn't necessarily say that the whole world is completely overrun with them. But I do really like this idea of like them just heading off to an island. I assume like this is we're in the jellyfish in a bag story, that where Murphy and Nisha were on the boat on the ship, that this is where they were going. So I really like this setting and stuff, and like, yeah, totally understand why Murphy in particular would be like, there's an island that keeps the demons out, please let me go there. Though granted, maybe that's a question because there's kind of an element of like, I don't really care about my life, but I guess for Nisha's sake, please let me go there, you know? I think we'll come back to that one. Oh yeah, so, the blood pact stuff. I'm a little torn on how I want to answer that question because on the one hand, I feel like you do have enough context to understand what it is. That like clearly it's some kind of like spiritual, mental, bond contract sort of thing. And it kind of acts as a leash for a demon. But I think especially, like, the lines of, like, with her life as the condition, you can totally get from that it's like, oh, yeah, like, I guess she'd die if she broke the blood pact. But it's like, okay, like, what does that mean that it's the condition? Why do blood pacts need to have a condition? What are the conditions usually? And then there's kind of this element of, like, I think what you're going for is, like, you can leash your demon, but your demon can still, like, find ways to manipulate the leash, basically. That it's like, we want you to take the precautions, whatever precautions you can, to leash your demon, but, like, we also know they're a demon, and they're gonna, like, wriggle out of that leash somehow, probably. But it also, this line also kind of makes it sound like it doesn't really function as a leash. Especially if Xander is like, I want no demons here. Then if it's like, oh yes, please put a leash on your demon. But in all likelihood, your demon will probably find a loophole in the leash and get out. Then it kind of sounds like it wouldn't really fix the problem, usually. That only like Murphy's option would fix the problem. So like, I do feel like there's enough here for it's like, okay, it's some kind of contract, it somehow, like, keeps the demon in check, and using one's life as a condition, specifically the demon's life as the condition to the blood pact, is clearly abnormal and clearly pretty strong, and something that, would really leash her better than most things. But it does feel like I'm talking around a hole. It doesn't feel like there's a hole in my understanding. It's like, I know it does this. I know that, like, it's some kind of contract. I know it has the function of leashing them. I know that it has conditions. I know that using your life as a condition is abnormal and very effective. I know that, like, most of the time there are loopholes. But I'm like, I know all this. Now what's in the middle? What's in the hole? What's the donut hole? Kind of thing. So on the one hand, we have enough info to get its meaning here. On the other hand, I do feel like I need to know what that hole is. On the other hand, I do feel like I need to know what the thing is. And the thing is that when I thought about it like a contract in Black Butler, it made a whole lot of sense. I don't know if you've ever read or watched Black Butler, but in that anime and manga, said Black Butler is a demon who has a contract with the young Earl Ciel, and I'm trying to think how to explain it concisely. But they have a contract together, and it's basically like Sebastian, the demon, cannot lie. He, I don't know if, like, you always... Let me see if I can grab it. It'll be easier if I grab it. I think I found the one that it's in. The fact that they use Roman numerals is messes with my brain. Oh yeah, this whole conversation is like very related to what we're talking about. Yeah, so never lie to me is the first one. Obey the contractor's commands without question. Okay, that is one of them. Protect the contractor without betrayal until his revenge comes to fruition. That's right. So when you first start watching or reading it, like, it makes sense. That's like, oh yeah, like that's the contract, he can't lie, he has to obey his commands, gotcha. Makes sense. But you don't realize, what do people usually ask for in like this universe? What do they usually ask demons for? It would be, give me a bunch of money, give me all the women, you know, all those things. They kind of treat them like genies, you know, and make them grant their wishes, kind of thing. And so those conditions, all of CL's conditions, are him trying to keep this demon under control. are him trying to make sure that this demon is on a leash. So it's totally, like, reads very similar to this, where it's like, yeah, I could see that it could be a similar thing if, like, maybe other people, again, I don't quite know what the condition is, but maybe the condition in this world is similar, where it's like other people would be like, the condition is, give me money, you know, that kind of thing. And so, like, yeah, of course, like, a demon can use that and be like, all right, I'll be a sneaky poo around that. I'll get you your money, but I'll be weird about it. So anyways, all that time is just to say that, like, that made the most sense to me, is thinking of it like that it's like, oh yeah, it's like a contract in Black Butler where you can put conditions on what the demon will do for you or to you or against your enemies or whatever. But I think it really is that, like, with her life is the condition thing that leaves me scratching my head, because, like, even as I'm using this as an example, I'm like, well, even in that, what I just described, like, your life is the condition. doesn't really work with that setup, right? It's not, like, I guess that he could have put in there, like, if you disobey me, you die, maybe? I don't remember if there was, like, a stipulation against that. So I guess maybe it's that kind of thing. But it's not stated as, like, if you disobey me, you die. It's just, like, her life as the condition. And so I'm like, what is the condition? What does this mean? So I guess that really is the thing that I felt needed the most explanation. But again, I understood it well enough. so I don't know. Super torn about all that. Kitty, you sure? You sure you want out? You are so cute. Oh, sneeze bell. Baby. Bella sleepy sneezes. So cute. I stole you some money! You what? Sirens get louder. Exactly. I guess I'll read Marx's response now. Marx, most blood pacts are usually for periods of time or a condition like the demon can't kill anyone, but if you forget to say torturing indefinitely, enter a loophole. It is meant that she would give up control until she dies. Wait, what do you mean? is like the blood pact is so yeah, those seem contradictory to me, because like your first one does sound more like what I was describing here, of like the condition is don't kill anybody. Like we will bond together, but no killing. But you know, she would give up control until she dies. Sounds like a lot more than just no killing. And so is it like, because I was gonna say, oh, I see. So like any blood pact always makes the demon relinquish control. That it's like you have control over the demon. But then when I thought about it in the sense of like, okay, like you have control over the demon and the demon can't kill anyone, it's like, well, if you already have control over the demon, you don't have to stipulate that. So I'm still not sure I know what the condition is. Oh no, the trolley's stuck. I'm sorry to hear that. I do really like this interaction of her being like, I'm still willing to, and him just being like, no. Again, like even without fully knowing what the blood pacts are, you can understand why a demon might not want to, and so here you're like, she's willing to. Well, that's interesting. And then him immediately being like, no, it's like, well, that's even more interesting, you know? And then, of course, it's great that Xander points it out very specifically to both the characters and the audience. We talked a lot about these lines, and like, granted, even though like I have confusion stuff, I do really like what I understand of these ideas. It is really interesting. Yeah, this thought of her life as the condition, and totally makes sense that demons would find loopholes. Again, something used in here that it's like, again, whatever you do with them. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to go too much into it, but I think that Ciel says something like, you know, can you bring like this character back? And then Sebastian's like, sure. And then I forget exactly what he says, but Ciel's like, you mean like you can make this character seem alive, but they're not actually, right? And he's like, you got me. and so that kind of thing where it's like, yeah, I'll do what you want, but I'll do it in a sneaky little demon way. You know? I do really like the why the hell wouldn't you take it up on that? It's interesting because multiple times I almost read this as her, but I really like that you did use it, especially because Murphy corrects him. That it's very clear there are different views on demons, that Xander does not see them as people, and Murphy very much at least sees this one as a person, you know? I do like the mechanical whir. I am curious for newcomers if you were able to get, from just that she is in fact a robot, or if you were like, what does this mean? But I like that a little bit, and I do like the like, oh no, it's totally fine. I have her under control. She's not gonna hurt anybody. Excuse me, there are 27 scars on your body that match her teeth. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a similar example that it's like, yeah, like my new puppy is great. Like there's no problems. The house training is going super well. It's like, you smell like pee, Jeff. Like, you want to tell us something? I think your puppy peed on you. I think the house training isn't going well. And it's extra funny because Serenity is like, I don't think even realizes that it's like, I don't know, a little bit tactless to do that. That it's like you smell like pee, John. Yeah, you got teeth marks all over your Murph. I'm curious about this section because the coy smirk absolutely, to me, reads like, those happened during the sexy times. But him saying, like, insisting seriously, she hasn't lost control in weeks after saying those were accidents, like, seems to contradict a little bit to me. Now, granted, it might genuinely be like, yeah, it happened during the sexy times, and he was fine with it. Like, she did lose control. It was too sexy. It made her want to literally eat him. But he was cool with it. he didn't mind. But I don't know, at least when I first read it, it was like, oh yeah, it definitely sounds like they are not accidents, and like this was very much like planned, purposeful, consensual bitey times. But then he says that she lost control, and I was like, that contradicts with the planned, consensual, on purpose bitey times. New prompt, planned, consensual, on purpose bitey times. Super fair. Xander is not willing to take that risk. I think this works really well as, like, introducing the problem and stuff. Hello, Barnsema 170. Welcome. We are a writing group. We write 3 to 50 word microfiction, and I read some of the stories for our weekly prompts here on the stream every week. So I am discussing one of our writers' submissions for this week's prompt, which is It's Just Blood. Yay! It's just blood. Funny to say that casually. That is the vibe of this group. It's just blood. Anyways. I think that this works really well, is it kind of explaining the context of stuff. I do like the, like, even if I gave her the green light to eat me, she'd refuse. Super interesting, and you almost have to, like, take a second to wrap your head around it, but I kind of like that. And I do think it's really interesting that, I don't know if Nisha is suicidal, but having her life be the condition kind of reads a bit that way, that it's like she doesn't care for her life, or that she wants to die, or something like that. Again, I don't really know what it means for that to be the condition, and so it could just be like death time, when the contract is made. And so it's very interesting, and I guess, like, this is one of the interesting things about content warnings, is that when I see a content warning, I'm like, all right, I'm looking for it, and so when I see this, I'm like, okay, that's probably what it is, and so then that makes it even more interesting that it's like, maybe, but it's more so about what Murphy is saying. Hi, kitty.
Oh, yes, it's a cat. Say hello to the people. You're such a cute little fluffy cat.
So I think it made it even more impactful to me when it was like, oh, like they both have little regard for their lives, but a lot of regard for each other and each other's lives. I think that's really cool and interesting and heartfelt.
Really, Cat? You just got here. Let me get your box. Silly bitty.
Yeah, so I think that it's, yeah, very, very impactful that he's like, yeah, it definitely seems like the contract, the blood pact, gives him at least some level of power, because he could just command her to eat him, even though she actually doesn't want to eat him or hurt him at all. And so I think that's very interesting, and I really like Xander's response there, and I think that again like really helps the audience and stuff like that, and it makes a lot of sense that he's like, you know, I pretty much know how my death is gonna come. It's gonna come at the teeth of a demon. I just would rather that demon be nice about it. That demon be someone I love and someone who's gonna be quick about it rather than someone who's gonna drag it out. That makes a lot of sense. And I like Xander's we'll talk about that more in a sec. But I like that it's like it's kind of about temptation for both of them, that like she wants to do it, and you know she has a little regard for her life, and he wants to do it, and he doesn't want to do it because he has a little regard for his life, you know. Really, really interesting dynamics there that I think is, yeah, very, very powerful and interesting. So I wrote my usual no more than 3 characters rule for this one. Did it feel like too many? Absolutely not. It was totally fine. And I think part of it is because it's clear there's 2 sides. It's clear that it's like Xander and Serenity and Nisha and Murphy, and so it's clear, like, I don't know, it's clear the different sides of things. Because I think, I don't know, what can get confusing about like multiple characters is that I don't know, it's kind of hard to describe. That it can just get confusing to the reader of like, we barely know character A, and now we're being introduced, and like then we introduce character B, and it's like, okay, we barely know them as well, but we're starting to get to know them. Okay, character C, and that can kind of be like too much, like that can be enough info on its own, but when it's like, all right, here's character D, you know, it's like I don't feel like I know characters A, B, and C, and I don't feel like I can differentiate them well enough. But I think you do a really good job of like, okay, we got Xander, he's the owner of the island, apparently. We have Murphy, who's arriving on the island. We have their 2 ladies. One lady appears to be a robot lady, and one lady is totally a demon lady. So, like, all the characters are pretty, distinct. And I'm granted, I do know the universe, so if you disagreed, then do say so in the chat. But for me, the characters felt pretty distinct, and so, I didn't have a problem with there being 4. I felt like it was pretty clear, like, who's talking. And, you know, part of it is also that it's mostly Xander and Murphy talking. And I think it's pretty clear when Nisha and Serenity talk. But if you had all 4 of them having dialogue, like, right back to back throughout the entire story, and you were missing a lot of dialogue tags, then that also would be like, who's talking? You know? But kind of keeping it to mostly just them with the girls butting in occasionally, I think I think that works pretty well.
I don't see Kitty coming back. Remind me to check on him.
And then, like, I didn't really see any glaring plot holes, but I think that newcomers would be able to answer that one better. I think I answered the overrun question. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if that would incite questions, because, like, even if Xander said something like, I don't know, Murphy, the world is overrun with demons. I specifically warded this island to keep demons out. You know, maybe that would sound a little bit exposition-y, but I don't feel like that would make the reader ask too many questions. Like, of course, I think the reader would be curious, but I don't think the reader would feel like, I need to know why now. I think that the reader would just be like, okay, there's our setting, world's overrun with demons, I'm interested about that, but I got what I need to know. Because the thing we always talk about with context is that, like, is what you're saying here of, you don't want your reader to be asking questions that you're not going to answer, you know. And you don't want to be answering questions that weren't asked, kind of thing. And so in this case, I don't feel like that would incite questions that you're not going to answer. I actually feel like that would answer a question of, why are we keeping the demons out, right? Now, granted, you have a benefit of using demons because I feel like it makes sense as to why we want to keep demons out. So, again, newcomers can answer this better, but I feel like what you have works, that it's like, yeah, sure, we have an island where we're trying to keep demons out, fair enough. But saying, like, the world's overrun with demons, I want them out, is like, oh yeah, that makes even more sense, you know? But only newcomers can say whether they would ask those questions. And then I talked a lot about the blood pact. It's like, you did give enough context, but I also want you to explain it more. One of the things that slightly annoyed me about writing this is I wanted to get across that Murphy doesn't actually care if he dies at this point. Ro's been through a lot of nightmare fuel, but he doesn't want Nisha to feel bad about doing it after the fact. That he cares more about her mental well-being than his life, even to the extent that he wouldn't even order her to kill him without eating him, because he knows she'd find him delicious and would want her to get as much happiness from his death as possible. Should I have put more effort into getting that across? So I did not take it that way, especially with this line, I'm in a much better mental space now, because reading I'm in a much better mental space now, I took that and I was like, I'm not actively suicidal anymore. I was before. Now, like, I'm doing better. But if that very strong temptation is brought up, I might go back to that place. And so it did read as, like, I'm not actively thinking about suicide. I'm not every day wanting to die or anything like that. But if you gave me, like, a really clear, strong out, I may still take it. Like that kind of thing. Rather than reading like, I really don't care, I just don't want to hurt her, you know? So I think if you took this line out, I'm in a much better mental space now, I think I would take it more as what you're saying, that, you know, Nisha would make it quick, other demons probably wouldn't. I don't want that temptation, you know? However, the problem with doing that is that I still am not 100% sure it would get you to where you want. It might get you closer, but I think it would go to the other side. I think it would go to the other side of, okay, now he just seems actively suicidal, and so really sucks. So I would like him to survive and not be suicidal, but if he is actively suicidal, like, why is he so against it, you know? And so you do kind of need something to show, like, he's trying, but, you know, I do think that that's a very interesting, complex, and impactful idea of, like, I don't care if I die, but I don't want to hurt you. I don't want my death to hurt you. I do think that's a very powerful idea. And I do think that's genuinely, like any reason to stay alive is a good reason. Any reason that you don't kill yourself is a good reason. It doesn't matter how simple or seemingly silly it is. And so, like, the reason of I don't want to kill myself because I don't want to hurt her, like, fair enough. And I think that's probably a real reason that people in our real world use to stay alive. That it's like, I don't really want to live, but I know that dying would hurt my loved ones or one person I love. And that's enough for me to want to stay alive. I think that's very powerful and potentially very relatable to real people. I don't know that you really need to get that across in this story. Like, the story works perfectly without that in there. And hearing that, I'm like, okay, yeah, that does make sense. Even though I didn't fully get to that conclusion. And I think that my conclusion of, okay, like, he's not actively suicidal, but he doesn't want the temptation, I do think is a better wrong conclusion than concluding, so he's just actively suicidal. And I guess I'll say that, like, yes, I did read this to my dad, and unfortunately, even like this, he actually did get the reading that he was still actively suicidal. He did not ping this line as, you know, him... Yeah, I don't know what I did, what I pinged it as. And so, and I do think that's a much worse reading, that being like, I don't care about myself, but I care about her. You know, I that's much better. And I'm in a better place, but I don't want that temptation is wrong, but better. But reading, no, he just wants to die is like, oh, well, that was very sad and hopeless of an ending for the story, you know? So, like, what I'm trying to say is I don't think that you need the intricacies of what you described in the story. The story works without those intricacies, but I do think that you want to avoid him seeming actively suicidal, which he did for me, but didn't for others, you know? And so maybe trying to put something more in there about that would help. And I'm trying to think how you could do it in so little words. Because, like, you could just directly say, have him say, like, I don't care if I die, but I care if it hurts her, you know? And that could even be even more impactful, because Xander would be like, You care what hurts a demon? Like, you care about her? But she's gross, you know? That could work very well. And it could still work with the ending if he's like, you know, I don't really care if I live or die, but I care if it hurts her. That O could apply to both of them. That O could apply to, like, okay. Empathy switch flipped, but it could also be like, oh, you actually care about this demon as a person. Processing, you know. There she is, kind of gross. Is she? I thought she was kind of hot. I thought she was one of those hot demons, you know. Is she hot but also gross? So yeah, like, I don't think that if he outright said, like, I don't care if I live or die, but I care if it hurts her, I don't think that would read like, alright, Exposition Jones, thanks. You know, I think it actually would make sense. And granted, I don't know Murphy as well as your other characters, but it does make sense as something that I think he could or maybe would say. But I'm trying to think if there's any way to get it across without just, like, stating it directly. I don't know. I can't really think of anything other than different phrasings of actually saying it. But anyway, so how did you take the ending? If I had the words, I'd have gone into Xander having struggled with suicidal thoughts as well. So it flipped his empathy switch, but I hope it at least came across as him being empathetic on some level. So I do think... So I think the empathy came across. So that that last O either read as like, oh, or it reads as, oh. Like, it either reads as a very shocked, like, oh, shit, kind of thing, or it reads as like, oh, somber. And either way, it reads like empathy. It reads like he's like, oh, okay, like, processing. Okay, I need to rethink my thoughts. I need to I love that, actually. I need to rethink my thoughts. It did read like a ball was dropped for Xander, that, like, even though he, like, starts talking about it and stuff here, and he basically is he is sort of repeating himself here. It definitely reads like Xander didn't get it until he phrased it like that, and so he's like, okay, like, the whole time he's going, make the blood pact, and then he finally gets it, that it's like, oh, you might die, and we might be left with the demon without you if you do that. That is, not ideal, to say the least, But I did not know that Xander struggled with suicidal thoughts too. I if you have written about that in the past, then I either forgot or missed that one. And so I don't think that you need to go into Xander having suicidal thoughts himself for this to work and be impactful and read like he has empathy for him. But if you had been able to put that in there, that would have dropped everything to the next level. Like, that would have made this already really heartfelt, intense, and, like, intense in a good way. I don't know, how do I describe it? What was the word I used before? Powerful, I guess? This really powerful story, even more powerful and, like, I did see you say that Nisha is not suicidal, but at least in my thoughts when I read your questions, like, going, oh, like, not only is it that both of them seem suicidal in one way or another, or at least have little regard for their lives, Xander's also in that place, and so I don't know if to other people, if it would read like, you're suicidal and you're suicidal, but to me it would have just read as like, oh, like, that's even more impactful to know that not only is he like, oh, I don't want you dead, like, no demons, but I don't want you dead, like, oh, that's heavy, bro, that's fine, that works, but that knowing like, no, I have been there, I don't just like sympathize, I empathize, I get it, I was there. That makes it even more impactful. So I totally understand you not being able to get it in there. I think it totally works without you being able to get it in there. It just would have, like, put the story in, like, S+ tier, if you had been able to get that in there for me. Yeah, worst forever. Exactly. And then the title thing, I have not watched or listened to Gilligan's Island, so I would not have got that reference. I don't know what I would have thought if you titled it that. I don't know if I would have been like, oh yeah, it's a little island, or if I would have been like, how does that relate to anything? I think this title works, as I say in my comment. There's definitely crazy, and there's definitely love. I don't know if it, like, fully connects to me, because it's kind of, I don't know. And granted, I think this is a lyric, too, that I'm not quite connecting what the lyric is, and I think it's embarrassing, because I think it's a very famous lyric. But I think this, just, like, seeing that kind of conveys this idea of, like, oh, I'm crazy. Crazy for you, babe. Like, kind of thing, where I'm so in love with this person that I might do things that seem crazy, like that kind of thing. And, like, I guess, like, reading your notes that it's like, I don't care if I live or die, I just care about her, it does make that fit better. But especially without that, it's like, it doesn't seem like it's the love that's making the crazy, right? It doesn't seem like it's like, I may seem crazy, but it's just the love. It's not really like that. And, like, to be clear, like, if you have suicidal thoughts, you are not crazy. Please, do not think that I'm saying that you're crazy. If you do, you are not. I am just talking about it in the sense of this is what the title is, and like, what are we applying the title to? Kind of thing. So yeah, so like it works, it fits, but it also like doesn't quite connect for me. But I also wanted to ask, so like, Magic, Circuits, and Demons is fine, like, it's not a terrible title or anything, but I feel like Murphy's Law and Love and Hex are just like, again, those are like S+ universe titles. And so, Magic, Circuits, and Demons, like, I don't know, brings you down to like a B tier for me. And so I feel like combining the titles to me would be a little bit better, like Murphy's Hex or Love and Law or something like that. I don't know if Love and Law would be non-fitting, because I don't know if there's enough law going on in this universe. But it's just trying to, combine the different things. I don't know if they're, because part of what makes those like S+ tier universe titles to me is because they're riffing off things, right? Murphy's Law is like an actual law in science of like anything that can go wrong will go wrong, which extremely fits the story, and his name is Murphy, so like, chef's kiss. And then Love and Hex is playing off of love and sex. And you always, I gotta love it when you replace that word. But I like riffing on that, and it very much fits that like he was in love with Vanessa, but she got hexed. He's a hexer, he does magic, and so like his whole story is about the love that he feels for someone, and the hexes that he creates while he's in love with them, the hexes that happen to them, and the hexes that he creates to take revenge, all those things. So it really works well. And so it's like, with Magic, Circuits, and Demons, it's like, yeah, there's magic, there's circuits, and there's demons. It's true. and like, those aren't always things that you would combine. You wouldn't necessarily put circuits with those things. Which is cool. But it doesn't have those like multi-layers that the other two do. So I don't know. I don't know if what I've come up with works. But things that I'm thinking about. Gotcha. It's a Beyonce song. All right. You get crippling depression, and you get crippling depression. Everybody gets crippling depression. Don't be like lethargic cheers from the crowd. It's very much a working title. That's all I could come up with. Very fair, very fair. Let's see. Hellenic, not familiar with the universe, and no confusion with the story. Good job on my end. Nice. Just said I followed this story alright as I wrote in my comments. I also missed or misinterpreted a bunch of details to the setting / mythos which were intended. Interesting. I'm curious what details got misinterpreted. Oh, wow. Did I spend an hour on this story alone? You brought your demon to the anti-demon place? Yeah. Is that a problem? Amazing. You brought your demon to the anti-demon party? Xander did make an exception because Murphy begged him. So Xander is a bit... I made the exception. Now leash the damn demon. Gotcha. Did they talk about this beforehand? Did they say, Did Xander say, all right, I'll let you in, but only if you leash your demon? And then Murphy's like, wait, I didn't know what you meant by leash. I thought I brought my actual leash. I see the ad incoming. Let's see. I don't know if watching me bang my head against spears is really the entertainment we're looking for during these ads. So if I don't figure it out this time, maybe I'll try and do something else. Unless you want me to. Okay. I don't know, man. Whatever ideas you have, whatever spaghetti you have, I just went too far, to throw at the wall of this problem, like, do tell, because, like I said, like, I genuinely don't even know how to do this, because I'm, like, trying to, as I said, like, I'm trying to keep pushing the stick to go when this one, when this one's coming, and that one is going. But even that, you know, doesn't really work. Like, it does seem like something like this is like, I don't know, maybe I think I just need a walkthrough, come to think of it. Why why did I not think of that earlier? I don't know how fast that would be to look that up. I don't know, I'm not on the I'm not on the path of pain yet, so I guess White Palace. Dash this space past the second downer one as the downer one goes up. Okay. I wonder if this is a case where I don't think so. I mean, this seems pretty par for the course. It's I don't know, man. Like, it just it doesn't let me get past that. I want to dash to the second space, but oh, guys! I'm here! I didn't even know there was a space here! Oh no, I think, yeah, I was gonna say, I tried to turn around and I turned right into it. Yay! So I did it, like, in that interim, right? How did I do it? Here we go. That's how I did it. Yes, now I know it's possible. Okay, so there's another blank space up ahead. Oh, but I did not go into it. Yeah, this is much better than having to, like, walk through them all continuously or something. Thank you, Bitzer. You are my saving grace. I need to be more careful to really wait for... Oh, but you're back, though. Alright. Aw, thanks. Thanks for the huzzahs and the encouragement. You're doing it, mate! I don't know what that's from, but that's great. Alright. Oh yeah, Ghoulish actually said it. Oh yeah, okay, you did say it last time. Dash for the gap, and I didn't see that there was a gap. Flesh ship. I did not remember that it was a flesh ship. My brain conveniently forgot that part. Yeah, flesh ship does sound terrible. It's basically just Davy Jones' ship from the Pirate sequels. I feel like it's like Davy Jones' ship from the Pirate sequels, but if the ship was also people. I guess the ship kind of is people, because there was like a part where a person was in the walls, right? But more so. Like, they're still talking, you know? They're still talking and wriggling. It also makes me think of, in the finale of my Vampire the Masquerade campaign that I did, the big bad villain was a, what are they called? Like, I want to say like Tomiski or something. It's like the brand of vampire that the Dracula was a part of, and they can do like fleshomancy and manipulate flesh and stuff like that. And like, you know, our DM brought it up, definitely brought that up, and was like talking about how he can manipulate his own flesh and make himself look scarier, and manipulate other people's flesh to torture them and stuff like that. And so then when we got to like not even the final boss area, just like the part before the final boss area, like we're going around this place and stuff, and then the walls start moving weirdly, and we learn the walls are flesh, and he can manipulate flesh, so he can manipulate the walls. It was pretty wacky. Marx, oh, it's horrible, but Murphy's been through so much he doesn't even question how Nisha got it. It's Nisha's ship. Oh my gosh. Are these her victims? Are these the bodies of her enemies? Yeah, it's even worse if those composing the ship are still alive, especially in the salt water, for sure. Route 244 talking around a hole. Greetings, I am conscious and my Discord doesn't like me, says Spitzer. Amazing opener. Marx, exactly, control over the demon is the goal. That's why putting one's entire life as the condition is rare. So is it more, like, instead of your life as in, like, you die if you break it, or, like, you die now, it's, like, your living life is the condition? That, like, you can only live your life with me, kind of thing? Like, how does that work? I said, I actually just glossed over the mechanical war, even though I read the story twice. That's probably on me, but I guess so I wasn't expecting a robot. It didn't click. Oh yeah, so that reminds me of another, critique I was gonna say, and I'm unsure if I should say this one or not, but, especially because that relates to, this will end with the thing related to it, as I just said. So, I actually started, like, writing this one down to try and make sure that I could phrase it well. Let's see here. Oh yeah, so I understand why you said, so in this line here, so Murphy glanced at Nisha, who seemed more focused on Serenity, the only other female in the group, than the conversation. So I think I understand why you said it like that, because it's like, well, Nisha's not exactly a woman. She is a female demon. And Serenity isn't exactly a woman. She's a female robot. And so it makes sense that you'd say, like, the only other female, just to be like, they're not the same species, or even really human. But they're both female, you know, that kind of thing. So I understand why you used the word. But certain words and phrasings can have certain connotations, which might get certain reactions from certain readers. And calling women female are more so like using it as a noun, as like females, kind of thing, for me, is very much associated with the incel community. I'm not gonna like go too much into like what that community entails, but something that happens a lot in that community is that they tend to view women as kind of, like, not necessarily literally, but kind of view them as a separate species or race, and view women as a whole as, like, they suck, they're something to be judged, you know, they purposely hurt men, and so like we're gonna purposely hurt them, kind of thing. And so they like, this is not necessarily everybody in that community, it's just kind of the ideals, or not, I don't know, the ideas, the thoughts of people in that community. And so I was gonna say, look it up if you want more info, but maybe don't. It won't be super pleasant. But yeah, like the incel, the red pill community and stuff like that, they call women females, and it's very much meant to be like this derogatory term, this like, we hate women, they're not people sort of term. And so absolutely women can be called females, and it can be meant perfectly benignly. But I tend to not hear that. I don't tend to hear women referred to as females in a benign context. I often hear of it in this very derogatory way. And like, even simply like taking away the incel stuff, that just saying, like, what up females? Like, even that sounds derogatory, right? It already sounds like you're kind of treating women like animals, like a different species, rather than like, hello people, hello fellow human beings, and so, it's not necessarily wrong to say this, but at least to me, like, that word makes my body tense, and I'm like, I'm not really a fan of that. And like, I lost my place from what I wrote down. And so I know, obviously, like, you're not part of the incel community. I know, I feel like I know you well enough to know that you do not subscribe to such ideology. But when I first read the word, I was like, why would Marx use this word? Like, why would he pick such a derogatory word? And it took me, like, 2 reads to go, oh, he's using the word because, like, they're different species, and one's a robot and one's a demon. And so, like I said, like, there's not technically anything wrong with it, and I understand why you did it. You didn't mean any harm, and I bet, like, a lot of people, if not everybody else here, had 0 problems with it. But you do have to kind of think about and be careful of words like this, and how, like, someone like me, I might read that in a way that you don't want me to read that. And I'm not saying, like, police every word in your story and make sure it's politically correct. Like, of course not. Like, of course we can't do that. It's just kind of like, I saw this post on Reddit the other day, where it was in, like, a tattoo Reddit, and this person wanted a tattoo of a spider web on their elbow. And I just, like, saw the picture, and I was like, oh, like, that seems pretty. And then they were like, hi, yes, I'm interested in this, but I've heard it's a symbol of, like, white supremacists. So what do you think, guys? And I was like, okay, like, whoa. Like, I've not heard of this. Like, that's heavy. And so people in the comments had different views. Like, some were like, oh, yeah, like, if you want to reclaim it, please reclaim it. Like, if you think it's pretty, it's fine. And some people were like, yeah, it's definitely associated with that. And so, like, this is different, but I'm kind of comparing it in the sense that it's like, okay, could this person get the tattoo just because it's pretty, and could that potentially be fine? Yes. But could it also potentially have people seeing it and thinking they're something that they're not? Thinking they subscribe to an ideology they don't. Yeah. And so this is kind of, on a lesser scale, that sort of problem, where it's like, is this word technically fine? Yes. Could it potentially have people taking it the wrong way or thinking poor of you for using it? Also yes. And so I think it's better, like the advice I would give this person who was trying to get a tattoo, if there's a potential of that problem, I'd say don't get it. And so, like, here I'm kind of saying the same thing. If there's a potential for that reading, maybe don't. And so the thing is that I think that it would be pretty easy to fix. Option 1, the only other female person. Now, granted, that's a little bit clunky, but it would fix the problem. And then the other, I think, better solution is Just take it out and say something along the lines of, Murphy glanced at Nisha, who seemed more focused on serenity, and then describe her as a robot. Just say something like, you know, the robot. I mean, even just saying the robot is fine, but, you know, you want something a little more creative than just Serenity the robot. But, you know, Nisha is focused on Serenity, who looked like a woman, but had mechanical eyes, or, you know, her skin seemed metallic or something like that. I don't think her skin does. I think her skin looks fine, but you know, like, she's focused on her because she be robot. The other aspect about it is that, like, can we really call Serenity female? Like, female is a very, like, biological term, like, more biological than woman is, and, like, she is, as far as I know, she isn't biological. She be a robot. And so, in that sense, like, woman would actually work better. Even though, like, I still stand by that I understand why you were trying to avoid it. So, yeah, I think just saying, like, she looked like a lady, but she seems like a robot. And you know, putting in that clue that she's a robot, I think would be good, and like this is how it ties back to what Denson said, that I don't know that the mechanical were is enough. I like it. I think it's a good clue. I don't know that it's enough of a clue. And so having a very strong clue at the beginning and taking out the potentially worrisome phrasing, you kill two birds with one stone, you know. So anyways, I hope that wasn't too heavy or too much, and I don't know. I'll look at what folks replied to that, but I don't want to go too far into the topic and especially like outside the story, so I don't know how much I'm going to reply to the comments on that section. But there you go. I have not seen the comments because I'm still up above. I'm still up above where Dezin's comment was. But Mako, to pull us out, Mako joked, "She's under control. You have 27 bite marks on you." I'm alive and whole, aren't I? You know, that is fair. She could have killed him and she didn't. Marx, she straight up lost control and almost ate him many times, especially in the beginning. Gotcha. So why the coy smirk then? If it's like, if it's just like, yeah, when we first met, she did try to take some noms, but he ended up stopping her. And those are like, you know, permanent scars now. Why are they like, tee, she tried to kill me. Like, I get that he's suicidal, but it does seem a little weird. Like, I tried to kill him. She tried to kill me. Rather than like, oh yeah, like, those happened during sexy times, you know? Marx, but she always said they were accidents and didn't count, so he was using her phrasing, but I admit the smirking made it seem kind of like sexy bites. Gotcha, I see. So this is just something that she always called them, and so he's playing with her. Gotcha. That does make more sense as to why they would coyly smirk, that it's like, she's always like, I didn't mean it was an accident, and so he's adopting that and being like, she didn't mean it, those were accidents, you know? But yeah, I didn't know that context or remember that context. Marx, well, she clearly didn't bite him hard, as I said, he's still not missing any pieces. That is fair. Marx, magic, she healed him as much as she could after. Interesting. I don't think I knew, I don't know, I was gonna say I don't think I knew that demons could heal. But I guess I knew that, like, when Mara and Layla are fighting, then they're using Matt's magic to heal themselves and each other. But maybe I didn't know if that was a Matt thing. I didn't know if that's because, like, they're working with Matt, or it's because all demons can do that. But it sounds like healing is, like, a default magical thing that, like, any magic user can do. Nisha isn't actually suicidal. She's just willing to put her life as the condition to ensure she doesn't hurt him anymore. Well, considering what he says, why would that ensure that, you know, she doesn't hurt him anymore? Because, like, well, as we said, he could just be like, please hurt me, and so she knows him well enough by now to know that, right? To know that he might give that command. So why does she think that even if it's not like, please eat me, he could still be into the self-harm and be like, take a nibble. Like, don't kill me, but maybe a little nibble. Maybe hurt me a little bit. So why does she think that it will stop her from hurting him? Why are we keeping the demons out? Doesn't feel like a question that'd ever need asked. For sure. Let the demons in. We can have a party. From 244. Let the demons in. Amazing. There's a lot of ways you can define a demon. True. Yeah, write that down. That actually could be a good one. You care about her? Exactly. It's a magical appearance. Her real appearance is nightmare fuel. Gotcha. Mako, is Nisha the demon that looks like a giant zipper made of fangs? Marx, yup. Rows and rows of teeth and tentacles and eyes where it shouldn't be eyes. Oh, wild. That's crazy. Xander had planned to kill himself after Serenity finished killing Elias, but she killed Elias so quickly he didn't get that chance to. Oh my gosh, the situation is not funny, but just like the image of, he's like, alright, time to end it all. Like, let's get our preparations ready. And then Serenity just walks in the door. I'm done. Like, you're done! Oh, if you haven't written that, like, that would be a really interesting piece to read. Like, maybe don't treat it as, like, comedically as I just did, but, if you do, like, write the piece where he's thinking about it, where he's thinking about his preparations, and then she's done, that could be really interesting. And of course, like, very tragic. I'm assuming that you say that like it's unusual. Is the, like, a literal leash part? It does look a very the knight or whatever the little guy sized gap. I don't know what they are actually supposed to be called. I know that Hornet calls them Ghost, but I don't know if that's like the official name. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it, but like Tomiski, that with the T and the Z. Yep, that's the word for the vampire type. He's a whole new meaning too. I want your body. Oh, Aerith. Oh, interesting. Ghoulish. Actually, a character like that, she's kind of my version of villainous Lady Victor Frankenstein. I didn't know you had that. Marx, gotcha. I'll keep in mind when using female that way. Appreciate it. Yeah, it does have a more clinical feeling, like a demographic rather than a person. Exactly. Yeah, female viewership. Mm-hmm. If you call an individual female, that's gross. Don't do that. Mm-hmm. Feminine, would that work? Let's see. Well, it would still be weird as a noun if it was like the only other feminine in the group. But I don't know how I assume that you wouldn't do that. I don't know how I'd react if I saw that. If I would just be like, that's so weird, it's hilarious, or if I would still be insulted by that. But yeah, like saying the only other feminine person in the group, that would work, especially because, like, she's not biologically female, but she does look what you might call feminine. Marx, if you remember, there was a story where Murphy was pissed that Nisha was using her magic for appearance instead of healing while she was literally dying. Interesting. I do remember that story, but I did not remember how nightmare fuely her appearance is, and so I was just like, I don't know. It was a good story. I remember liking it. But if I had remembered that context, then I think I would understand Nisha a lot more. I like that. That's kind of why they didn't do the blood pact when she initially offered it. If we make the blood pact, I won't kill you. Yeah, I might order you to, so no. So why is she still into it? So, like, presuming that she, very much does not want him to die, you know, doesn't she recognize at this point that, like, yeah, that's putting that temptation into his hands. And so why is she like, yeah, I'll totally do it, rather than being like, yeah, no, we discussed this and no. You know? Nisha, let me in! Sam Weller finally made Discord work by cheating! Loaded the web app. Mako, that's like saying I cheated by opening YouTube on my Switch. Amazing. Oh gosh. Sam Weller, the insult thing is one stage worse. Femoids, which just makes my skin crawl. Whoa. 100% agree. That is the proper reaction. Yes, very dehumanizing. It sounds like a disease, no me gusta, for sure. It sounds like a bot or a droid, like the femoids coming to take over the galaxy. Like, oh, I'm making it sound funny, but it is not actually funny at all. It's crazy because it doesn't even sound real. I hate the fact that it is. Marx, well, she's in the mindset of we're happy now, and Murphy is like, now. Now is the important word, I see. So it's like, yeah, things are better now. You're doing okay, right? Like, right? Like, now. Very fair. Thank you so much for submitting, Marx, and thank you all for listening to my long discussion of the story. Let us go on to C.M. Weller's story. Meet the Crew, A Devil's Tale by C.M. Weller. 342 words. Acting the hero had to be a fatal flaw in Helkin like him. That dire weasel had almost torn him in half. Gods alone knew how two weasels the size of cart horses got into deep water. But they were here, and dangerous. We had to step in. The good news was that the random packs of folks who helped him fight the two animals were sticking around. The Drakenbred had caught him before he hit the gutter, for all that she sneered about holding him. He would remember her calling him a dirty tefool if she chose to keep his company. The human sorceress was also a healer of some small merit. Though she was growing pale at the sight of him holding his insides, well, inside. She looked very hesitant to apply padding and bandages. So much blood, she whispered. He looked her in the eye. Everyone has it, Fraulein. I have to keep my guts where they belong. You can help, nein? That spurred her into action. She trembled at every stage of the process, especially winding bandages around his middle. He helped how he could, avoiding her touch. While she was busy, Fahrenheit Brockius, said the kobold as an introduction, remarkably calm about the rescue from the giant weasels. Sula of the Archon Mountains, said the Drakenbred. Kim, murmured the sorceress. Robots. Cumulus, said the bird-like druid. Maven Black, said the other human, the Wilder. Oh, shit. I was supposed to have a name. You may know me as Cool... No, he couldn't speak his true name. Not where enemies could track it. He skipped a few syllables. His. Last name? Hells. Shaden. The surname of bastards in Whitekeep. Twice, he'd nearly given himself away. Must be the blood loss.
Cochis? Cochis?
Said the kobold, at least making an effort. Though this name was mere seconds old, he had to defend it. Cochis, with a hard H in the back of the throat. Fuck that, said the Wilder. I'm calling you Kosh. The others seem to unanimously follow. Throw up those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. I think I was so focused on adding the height that I dropped the accent on this line. Hopefully I did acceptably in my reading, at least. I didn't put the content warning. I'm sorry. But the content warning was severe injury and bleeding mention. Toast level golden brown and constructed, please. Reading knows the hard height is like the H in Hanukkah. I understand if you two have the same difficulty as Kosh's crew. One, this is set very early in the sextology storyline, so he couldn't use the name Koryan. So I've always pronounced that as Arrakis, but is it Arrakis? Koryan Arrakis, Failborn Whitekeep the Ninth, is keeping his better known name until last a good idea. 2, trying very hard to keep the prompt out of the narrative this time. Kim's nervousness is speciesism, and Kosh is giving her some rationalization. Does this work? 3, the speciesism here ranges from subtle to gross. Which examples caught your eye? So feel free to answer any and all of those questions in the chat. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlung, Marx, and Ghoulish. Very much appreciate it. Alrighty-roo. Very cool to see how Kosh got the name Kosh, got the nickname Kosh. It is very fun to see the beginning of that. So my main critique of the story does start at the beginning, so I guess I'll start with that. My main critique of this is that there are a lot of names and a lot of titles. And now, granted, like, you kind of need all the characters to introduce themselves, even though it is rather overwhelming. I think that can work, but actually my issue was more, in addition to all the names towards the end, you have a lot of names and titles at the beginning. So Acting Hero had to be a fatal flaw in Helkin like him. I know what Helkin are, and I think that's the least grievous of them, but that is a name that newcomers won't know. That dire weasel, because it's capitalized, I thought it was a person. Especially because in a show I'm watching, they actually have a villain called Weasel. And so I was like, oh yeah, that darn dire weasel, that scumbag, you know, that kind of thing. And so it took me a second to compute, no, it's an actual weasel. And I do think that just not capitalizing that one might fix that problem entirely. It might be fine as just dire weasel not capitalized. And then we have the title of Deepwater, and I'm like, where's Deepwater? Is this a realm? Is this a city? Is this an alley in a city? I don't really know. And then we have the term Drakenbred, and I can definitely get that, like, Dragonborn, Drakenbred, you know? But it's still, like, another new name that I don't know. And then, like, I don't know that I pronounce it right, but at least I have some understanding of what Teful means, but not everyone will. And then we have Whitekeep down here. Again, I know what Whitekeep is, but a lot of newcomers won't. And so I do think that, like, taking a lot of those titles out or simplifying them and using, you know, more terms that we know, or introducing a little something before we get to the title, I think would help make the story easier to follow overall. So again, like, just lowercasing dire weasel, and then just saying, like, whatever Deepwater is, like saying how 2 weasels the size of cars has got into the city or got into the realm, you know, I think that would work. And then I think for Drakenbred, because you do kind of, that is their defining feature, so I do think you need to use that. And so I think in that case, just saying, like, someone caught him before he hit the gutter, the Drakenbred, or a Drakenbred, you know, I think that might, you know, ease the reader in. And I do know that you probably, the problem with that is words. But, you know, I don't love taking this out, you know, because it was part of your point in the story was, like, the speciesism. But I think you could take those words out to say, you know, if someone caught him before he hit the gutter, the Drachenred, he would remember her calling him, you know, all that. But anyway, so I do like the scene of, like, him fighting these giant weasels that he doesn't know how they got here. Totally reads like how a party in D&D might meet. And then I do, like, you know, okay, like, she saves him, but, like, she's rude about it. You know, I think that works pretty well and does convey that people have some speciesism against Helkin. So I guess I'll answer your question about the speciesism for this section. Fortunately or unfortunately, even though I know that is something that Kim struggles with overall, I did not catch that was the issue here. It's funny because I had, like, a slight inkling that might be what's going on here, but I think I made this comment here before I read your notes. Is yours a different color? Is your blood a different color? Because if, like, his blood is blue, then immediately, like, I would have been like, oh yeah, her problem is not the blood. Her problem is that the blood is blue. Like, her problem is that, he is a Helkin. And so, as is, it definitely seemed like it was just the blood and gore and stuff that was bothering her. So, like, you do say, like, she's growing pale at the sight of him holding his insides. Well, inside sounds like a fair thing to be grossed out about. It doesn't sound like something that she's specious about. It just sounds like, yeah, if his guts are literally spilling out and she has to help keep him in, then it totally makes sense that she'd be grossed out. And then, you know, she looked hesitant to apply padding and bandages. Does offer, like, a little bit of a clue, but it wasn't quite enough for me to get there. And then so much blood, you know. Again, if his blood is a different color, then it's like, ugh, like, so much tiefling blood. Oh my gosh, gross. But, you know, saying just so much blood by itself, especially with the, you know, keeping his insides inside, I definitely took it at face value. Is just like, oh, that's a lot of blood. Like, I'm a healer, but, like, this is a lot, you know, kind of thing. And then, you know, this definitely read more as, like, fear rather than judgment and disgust. Like, I can understand how you might tremble because you're like, oh, I'm kind of scared of you. You kind of gross me out. But, like I said, because I did get the impression that she just was grossed out about the blood, that it definitely seemed like, oh, this is kind of scary. Like, this is freaking me out a little bit. And not like, ew, gross, Helkin, you know? So I think saying something like she eyed him at every stage of the process, I think that would better convey, like, she keeps looking at him like, I don't trust you, bud, kind of thing. And then, like, he helped how he could, avoiding her touch. Again, like, that is one of your better clues to, like, oh, she doesn't want to touch him. But especially because it's from his perspective. And that is a neat, like, character thing that he recognizes that she doesn't want to touch him. And so he is careful. As dumb as the boundary might be, he is careful to respect the boundary. And so that, like, shows his character, you know. But because it's him doing it, then it doesn't seem, it's not as clear that she's like, I don't want to touch him, gross, you know. So I like this whole section. Like, I think this whole section works and I can follow it and everything. Unfortunately, I just don't know that the section did what you wanted it to do, if that makes sense. I do really like his response, especially of like, yeah, everyone's got it. I need to keep my guts inside. Can you please help? Like, can you please help keep my guts inside? I'd appreciate it. and I like, you know, he seems kind of jovial as he's saying that, so I like that. Winding is a great word for that. Yeah, so I put this in green because every time I would read it, I wouldn't read it in like a specific voice for the kobold because I was just thinking like, I didn't even really recognize it was a name. I was just like, is Kim saying this? Like, while she's busy, she says this. You know, while she's busy, she's like, Fahrenheit Brokis, you know, does a little spell or something like that. So I had to make sure that I would read it like an introduction and in a different voice. And so I had to be like, Kaylee, remember the kobold! So I guess my critique for that would be that I think that either not mentioning her first and just going straight to this, or putting the kobold stuff here would help remove that confusion. I do like him being strangely calm, like both times. He's just like, yeah, we're good, and then he like gives it an effort to talk about the names and stuff. I'm curious what a wilder is. I'm assuming that it is like your version of a D&D something, but I don't know. I don't connect to what it is. I do really like oh shit, you're supposed to have a name. Especially with how, like it makes total sense that he's like, oh, I can't tell them my name. but it just, at first, like, almost sounds like, oh man, names, right. I don't have one of those. That makes it even funnier. And I didn't immediately get that, what the CHIS comes from. And so when I read your note and I was reminded of his full name, I now know that it is Ko, and then for the end of Arrakis or Arrakis. So I like that. And I put that in green too to make sure I at least attempted that Heich sound. Very, very interesting that he nearly gives himself away. I don't know, I like the cadence of that and the idea of that, like, oh, I can't believe I nearly gave myself away twice. Like, I must be really bleeding out. I must really not be okay, you know? I really like at least making an effort, that there's, like, some endearment to the kobold, that it's like, well, at least he's trying. He's not succeeding, but at least he's trying. I really like this line of, though his name was mere seconds old, he had to defend it. That's probably my favorite line in the piece, I think. And it, like, that's exactly what it is, right? That it's like, I just came up with this, but, this is supposed to be my name, and so I gotta defend it like it's my real name. I think that works very well. And then I do like, as I said, the introduction of the nickname Kosh, and that they're all like, yeah, we're not doing that that pronunciation, bud. We're doing the easier one. Let's see here. Is keeping his better known name until last a good idea? I wasn't quite sure what you meant here, but I assume you mean, like, is keeping the introduction of Kosh till the end a good idea? I liked it. I don't really see how you could do it any other way, because that's kind of the climax of the piece. But yeah, that worked fine. No problems there. And then I think I answered, you know, that unfortunately or fortunately I didn't quite get that that's what Kim's nervousness was. So the speciesism here ranges from subtle to gross, which examples caught your eye. It was mainly this one. I did catch that, like, she's like, oh, Helican, I don't want to touch you. Like, I'll save you because I'm a hero, but I don't want to touch you. And then, you know, she calls him names or slurs, you know, which, not okay, you know, so that seems pretty gross. I don't know if this is meant to be one, but I read this as in his own head, especially because, like, by the end, when he's thinking of the name, it's very clear, like, we're in his head. And so it seemed like, ugh, like, I wonder if all hell can try to act like the hero, because, like, I know I sure do, and it gets me into lots of trouble, you know, that kind of thing. I could see that as something that other people watching on the sidelines are like, that's gotta be a Helican thing, you know, and I could see that being a speciesist thing. But yeah, it didn't quite read that way because, their narration itself seems to be in his head. And then I didn't catch the middle one. And then I don't know if her being like, I'm not calling you that. I don't know if that's speciesism. I didn't catch it as that. I did just think it was like, yeah, it's hard to pronounce, and so she maybe a little rudely, but, you know, gives him a nickname. But I could also see that it's like, oh, like, is that your weird Helkin language? I'm not learning that. You know, I could see that being an insulting thing to do, potentially. But I guess part of why it didn't read as insulting is because he keeps it. Like, I don't know if at this point he, like, I don't know, maybe doesn't he seems like a confident dude. You know, he did just try to take on 2 giant weasels. You gotta have at least some confidence to do that. But, oh, I just lost my train of thought. But yeah, so he seems like if he was like, hey, unacceptable, like, you will call me by my name, I think that he would say that. I would think that he would have the confidence enough to stand up for himself in that way. But maybe not. Maybe he really is insulted by the nickname, and he's just like, you know, doesn't want to ruin the balance, the delicate balance that he has with them by correcting them or telling them not to. I'm not sure. But welcome back. Oh no, did I leave? Was I gone for a bit? But yes, so definitely enjoyable story, definitely great to know where he got the name. Some critiques with, you know, the amount of characters and the amount of titles and stuff going on, but overall a good story. Let's see. 27 bite marks. This is my alt rock band. Amazing. Didn't see that one before. Coolish. Is deep water water deep? Bitzer, legally distinct from water deep. Wilder, legally distinct from barbarian. Interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to think because, like, if there are 2 humans, I understand why you'd want to differentiate them. But I guess, yeah, you know, in this case, I do think just taking out the Wilder and just letting it be the sorceress and the other human for now is fine. Like, for sure in other stories you would need some way to clarify which one is which. But I think in this story that just the sorceress and the other human, like, is enough to differentiate them. I don't know if this one's a little bit harder to fix. I guess just saying said the other human, you know, would work fine. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, that's a good point. Sigiller says, I don't think you need to change barbarian. It wouldn't be trademarked. It wouldn't be trademarked. Yeah, fair enough. Bitzer, as far as insults go, a nickname is the mildest Kosh encountered. Yeah, very, very fair. It's hard to be insulted over a name you came up with on the fly 5 seconds ago. Well, I feel like whether it's an insult comes down to their attitude, right? Because if it's just like, I do not mean to insult, you know, your culture, that is just very hard for me and my compatriots to pronounce, let's call you something else. Like, that's different from, like, ugh, like, I'm not learning your weird accent language thing, Helkin. No. Here's a nickname, you know. Then, like, I think that kind of determines what if there's a problem or not, you know. Given a new name, yeah. In my efforts to introduce all the concepts, I got people lost anyways. Lol, his blood is red, as any human's. Gotcha. Fair enough. I mean, like, I think that, I don't know, I think that that premise of, like, I gotta introduce all the concepts itself might be flawed, because in this story, you definitely don't need to introduce all the concepts, and that just introducing too many concepts in 350 words alone is gonna be an issue no matter what the concepts are or how well you introduce them. And so I think that just sticking to, all right, the story is about introducing the party and his name, his nickname. Then I think it's just, what to focus on. You don't need to introduce, you don't even necessarily need to introduce the dire weasels or anything. You just need to know he was in a pinch, he got saved by these people, he needs to give them a name, that kind of thing. Ooh, if we get a redo, I might redo it from Kim's perspective. I would do that anyway. Very fair. Prompt whatever. Remember the kobold. Oh, nice. Well, I just took it as he realizes they can't make that glottal sound. Yeah, that's another option too, that instead of it being like, oh, I'm not gonna learn about, like, your accent or culture, Kim, rather it's just like, hi, I'm a lizard person. Hey, yo, I'm a lizard person. I can't make that noise. Please let me call you something else. And then everyone else is like, I can make the noise, but this is easier. Let's do this, No, I think that's what Mako meant. That Mako is like, oh, like this would have worked for giving a new name. But yes, I hope my reading, my praise and critique was golden brown enough. I definitely enjoyed the story. Let us go on to Lee Strangely. Lee is not here. Lee warned me as such. And this is proof of how busy I am on Fridays, because Lee was like, hi, I'm not gonna be there, so if I do get read on the stream, like, tell me your questions now, kind of thing. And I was like, sure, I'll tell you my questions. And then I was silent the rest of the day. Test, you passed. Amazing. And I guess I was gonna say, it probably sounds weird that he was DMing me that. It will make more sense once I explain after the story. I'll explain a thing after the story, but let's just read it first, and then I'll explain things. Bodies in the Hold, Across the Sanguine Sea, by Lee Strangely. 349 words. The hulking ocean liner moaned terribly. Back then, I thought it was crying. It baffled me how other kids could sleep all night. I didn't have that problem. I never slept at night. I kept rubbing my thumb over the cracked glass, as if it would make it clearer. It was my parents, photographed, long before having me and my sister. I was 12 or so, when Dad decided to take us to America, presumably for our sakes. We spent the month hiding in the shadows of crates, eating rats Dad caught and drained. Crates and floating silverware reflected behind me. Dad rifled for valuables, handling everything with a rag. A light entered the cargo hold. We froze. We never needed light. It would have given us away. Somebody was checking the hold. Dad put a finger to his lips. I slowly backed up, but didn't check behind me. My palm pressed into what might have been a spoon. In other words, silverware. My hand burned. The pain that barely squeaked out of me was enough. In the growing light, Dad whispered, "Your sister," then pulled out a cloth knife and rounded the corner. I did as told. With baby Ramona in my arms, I hid. My heartbeat counted each second as two shadows tore at each other on the wall. The knife's silhouette thrusted into the shadow man. Red splatter leapt over the crates and myself. Then it did it again. And again. And again. Dad reemerged with his coat freshly stained. He pointed behind me. I retrieved his medical bag, timidly following him. With a pump and tubes, he stabbed the corpse again and drained its contents into a jar. Once full, he took a quick swig of it before handing it back to me. Drink. He wiped his mouth. I stared. He put his hand over mine. You need blood. Wincing, I took a small sip. Dark, thick, coppery. The taste had yet to fully grow on me. We spent the rest of the night filling jars. We barely found some place to lay the man, undisturbed, before the sun rose. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Ditson says, oh, I just realized we're 300 bits closer to the third encore thanks to Steven Scribble's bookworm. And this is true. Let's see if I have stream elements somewhere where I can add that 300. No, I don't think I can. I have to log in again, and I don't know what that's gonna do. So let's just remember, there's another 300 in there. Thank you, Ghoulish and Magistrate Ironlung. Really appreciate it. Vampire immigrants. Ding, ding, ding. You got it. So this is gonna be a bit of a funky one. Because Lee asked for my help with this story, that the story was over 500 words, and he was like, hi, you're pretty good at first person, thanks for the compliment, and you're pretty good at cutting stories down, thanks for the compliment, so can you help me cut this down? And I did in fact do that. And so I'm very intrinsically familiar with this story, and so a lot of what I discuss about it is going to be stuff that I talked about with other people, that things that other people said they were confused about. And I don't think I'm going to read it because I don't think it would be fair, but I do have the earlier version down here, so I might at least show it to you and then maybe talk about like some differences between the two. And so, so, funny thing is that Lee might have picked the right person to help cut the story down because I absolutely succeeded. But I don't know if Lee picked the right person in the sense that it turns out I understood the story a lot better than other people did. and so I wonder if having someone else help, someone who didn't understand all the things that I understood, might have improved the story more. So I am very curious to hear, as we go through these comments and stuff, which side people in the chat are on. Are you on the side of confused or on the side of I get it? And yes, totally, Last Voyage of the Demeter vibes. So my first question for the chat is, when did you get that they are vampires? Because I got it on Drained, and it seems like that did me a world of help that it didn't do other readers. Because when I got to Drain, I was like, oh yeah, like, they need blood. Because, like, sure, a normal hunter might indeed drain the blood of you know, their kill. But it sounds weird to mention it if you're just a normal hunter, right? To say, like, ah, yes, I ate that deer that I caught and drained, rather than just like, I ate the deer I caught, or I ate the deer that I hunted or killed or whatever. It feels weird to specifically mention the drain part, you know? And so because the drain part was mentioned, then I got, oh yes, why would they be draining them? Well, because they're vampires. And so, you know, when I get to the floating silverware, there's another ad apparently, then I understood that it's because she's looking in the glass of the photograph and seeing in the reflection, oh, Dad's back there and he has no reflection, right? Like the silverware that he's handling has a reflection, but Dad doesn't. And so I knew they were vampires, and so I was like, ah, clever, that's so cool. But other people didn't. And so other people were like, so the silverware is like floating in the water? There's a leak in the ship? And I can totally understand why you got that. My first question regarding my edits is the earlier version said, The clanking of metals shifted my focus from the picture to the glass, catching the reflection of crates behind me along with floating silverware. So would this make more sense? Would you get more quickly and easily, yeah, he's a vampire and he doesn't have a reflection from this? Or either way, would you still be like, nah, like it seems like they floating on the water? Or either way, where you're like, no, I got that this is a vampire. Oh, there's the ad. Okay. Back to trying to find the the gaps. Trying to find and mind the gaps. Oh boy. It just makes me sad to get here. Mako, I did spontaneously. Oh wait, I should wait to say this because oops, I didn't mean to do that. This happens to me sometimes where the hive blood is starting to like, it's almost done, and I'm like, I need to heal. Oh wait, no, it's healing me for me, and then I shoot something. Also, where do I get the upgrade for the Vengeful Spirit? Because I should have it by now, and I don't. Did I like walk forward and then dash? Did I do? Does it matter that I'm super close? Apparently it does. Oh boy. See, this one, if I had the normal dash, I think it would be exact, but I don't. And so I'm a little nervous. I'm not sure if I should go for the closer gap or the farther gap with the dash I have. Oh, I think I almost got to the farther dash. Yay! I get to play more Hollow Knight. Oh, it was this place. Absolutely. I wish I was on this room, because this room was fun. I totally misjudged where the gap was. And I did it again. Oh, I heard Katie. Alright, you guys are back. Okay. I thought it was still going for a second.
Kitty cat, you must pay the cuteness tax first before you leave. See? Look at this cuteness. Look at the beans. Look at the beans. Look at the face. See, wouldn't this be such a good...
I don't think I can change the scene like this,
But wouldn't this be such a good, like, photograph? Kitty cat, go on. They're talking down there. I gotta close the door. Well, you're staying in until you actually commit to it.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, so Mako said, I did spontaneously imagine them in waist deep water. Very fair. Yeah, so I think that, like, you know, seemed, the word seemed gets a bad rap in writing, and rightfully so, because a lot of times folks will say, like, oh yeah, it seemed like this, and it's like, no, just say it was this. Even if it is seeming, like, often saying just, it was this. record noises works better. But this would be a appropriate time to use the word seem, because and again, like, I didn't have this problem when I read it myself, but I think it's a very valid problem to have with this line. Saying, like, crates and seemingly floating silverware then puts doubt in the reader's head, and they're like, oh, it's only seeming to float, so it's not actually floating. And then that could hopefully help people go, okay, so what is it doing if it's not actually floating? And of course you could, like, silverware seeming to float behind me as my dad handled it. So, like, you could be, do more. But I helped you cut this story down, and so I know there were no words. I know that there were no words to put as my dad handled it. I guess what you could do for that is, come to think of it, that is why I had it like this, I think, as if that was my edit. Lee did change it a little bit after I edited it. That, like, I was thinking that it would flow of, like, oh yeah, floating silverware behind me, dad rifle for valuables. I was thinking that those two would seem equal, that it's like floating silverware, dad's handling it. It seems like I'm doing a gun duel, but I'm trying to make equal signs. Maybe that would be better. Oh, I just lost my train of thought. But maybe just making it one sentence and having it be like, you know, what did I say? Silverware seemed to float behind me as my dad handled it, and taking out dad rifle for valuables. Maybe that would be better. Let's see. Oh yeah, so a problem that, well, I guess, let's see. I'll talk about the issue I had, and then I'll talk about the issue other people had. So, when I first read the story, I did have, I might have to look at the comments to remember exactly what I said, but especially with this line of, as if that was going to bring us closer together, I very much thought, oh, so they're not together. So, like, oh, like, the main character is somewhere else reminiscing about family, they're not with family. And so, especially when I got to he was rifling, I was like, who's he? Who's that? Oh yeah, I looked back at him was the first thing. I was like, who's the him? And so I took out, as if this would bring us closer together, I looked at him to try and clear that up. Not realizing that actually the same problem would occur, where this still reads like he's like reminiscing, or she is reminiscing about the past, and is like, oh yes, I have my photograph of my beloved family that I'm not around. And so then when dad's right behind her, then that is confusing. I can understand that being confusing. But I feel like the greater issue in that regard, in terms of like, oh, is this happening right now? Are they with the family? What's going on? I think that I was 12 or so was actually the main problem line, and as I was talking to folks, I was like, oh, I do actually remember having that same confusion, but then it got cleared up, and so I didn't like fix it in my own edits of the story. I think that I was 12 or so reads like the past of this, that instead of it being like back then, this whole thing is back then. I was 12 or so, I'm telling the story. You know, instead it ends up reading as, here we are, we're in the ocean liner looking at the photograph. Well, actually no. I think it might read as like, in the past I was in this ocean liner. Right now, I'm looking at a photograph. In the past, I was going to America. You know, it could read like that as well. But what I was trying to say is that I think the issue is this seems like a past of the past. This seems like, okay, we're here looking at the photograph. And like in the past, this happened. And so then when we're like, wait, but we're like looking at the photograph when you're 12 going to America. I thought that, you know, the past was... I thought the past was before this, you know, you were 12 before this. And so I think that just doing the back then thing at the beginning and the end, just having it like back then I thought this, and then tell the story without doing any like interjections of, hey, I'm telling this from the future, and just having that last one of the taste had yet to fully grow on me. I think that would work. Folks in the chat sound off if you agree. You could also do it without it being told of the past, but I think that I really like this line, and I think that would clear it up, that it's just like, yeah, like back then, here's all of this back then, and then at the end it's back then. Versus back then, da-da-da-da-da, double back then, da-da-da-da, but it seems like it's the first back then. You know, that kind of thing. Hello, Lorenzo the Boss 2010. Welcome. Is that a bunch of owls or is that a bunch of cats? It's a bunch of cats. Welcome, you and your cat attack. Imagine just somebody doing that. I welcome your attack. I guess that's just what is it, Wesley and Inigo Montoya fighting. I welcome your attack. So I think that removing this would remove a lot of confusion. The glass could sound like a window in the ship. That instead of it seeming like this is a photograph I'm looking at, it could seem like a photo in the ship. So this is really nitpicky, but I'm kind of curious. So Lee had this line like this. It was my parents, photographed long before having me and my sister. And I was like, I don't think that's how I wrote it down. How did I wrote it down? And I wrote it down as my photographed parents long before they had me and my sister smiled. I think both have their issues, both have their clunk, but I'm curious which one you guys like more. And there is the two things that I was like, about this phrasing, and again, this is so nitpicky, is that I kept rubbing my thumb over the cracked glass as if that would make it clear. It was my parents. What do you mean it was your parents? Like, what? Like, this mound of flesh is your parents? You know, that kind of thing. And so, saying, like, even just saying the photograph was my parents long before having me and my sister, I think would work a bit better. And then, I think I've talked about this before, that I do my best to take out was where I can. Of course, there are times where you can't avoid it. And of course, there are times where you don't need to take it out. Like, you don't need to take it out of this line. But I do think that, like, the verb of my photographed parents is more dynamic and interesting than just, like, it was my parents. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, it's totally fine. You do not have to use all of my, like, edits and stuff. I just thought it was really interesting that, like, that little of a change, I was like, I'm not really a fan of that change, you know? And then I do think that going back to the 12 or so thing, I think that especially having it right after the photograph thing especially makes it seem like, oh, we're not on the ocean liner, or we are on the ocean liner, but we're reminiscing about something else, you know, that kind of thing. I'm curious, I kept the line in there of, you know, he decided to take us to America, presumably for our sakes, because I wasn't sure I totally understood it, but I liked what I did understand about it of, I think it's meant to convey, like, presumably because he wanted to help keep me and my sister safe, you know, sort of thing, so I'm curious if that is what you meant by that. I do wonder if saying drinking rats instead of eating would help, that, you know, drinking rats dad caught and drained. I wonder if that would help more people get on that line that, hey, they're vampires. The other question is, would that seem to, would that seem too obvious now that they're vampires, you know? Oh, and like another thing that I was thinking there is that you could have something like, Dad decided to take us to America because they didn't have the same superstitions in Europe or something like that. That could also be a stronger clue of like, there's superstitions around what they are, sort of thing. But, you know, if you take the sentence out as a whole, you're not going to be changing it. And granted, I like knowing where they're headed, but you don't need to know that they're headed to America to understand the story. Oh yeah, this is something I was going to say. I want to say it before I forget. It's interesting because I was really proud when I helped Lee cut the story down that I was able to really keep the meat of the story, and I'll show you, at least on screen, the other version. Like, I really felt like I kept what was going on, and I didn't have to, like, take out big chunks of what was happening in order to cut it down, and so I was very happy with that. And, you know, well, I'll come back to that. But I realize now, like, hearing the confusions that other people had, that actually might have been an issue, because taking out bigger thing, well, I think that taking out the whole section with the photograph and the floating silverware would take out a lot of confusion. That just going, like, you know, we're not looking at the photograph and just, I watched my dad, you know, rifling through the crates and stuff. I think that would, that would not provide the confusion that this did. Part of why I kept it is I do like the image. I liked, you know, this line and stuff. I liked, you know, clarifying mom's not around, but sister is. I liked, to me, I got that they were vampires on Drain, and so I was like, yeah, he has no reflection, that's so clever, like, what a great way to show that they're vampires. And so I liked it, and so I kept it in, but it could have cleared a lot of confusion to remove it. And it's really interesting because I think that, you know, when I am trying to cut down somebody else's story, it's a very similar feeling to when I'm cutting down my own stories. But I do think that I'm more focused on that, where I am a little more like, okay, preserve the vision. Like, I don't know what parts they're attached to. Like, I don't know what like, meaty parts of the story they really need to keep in. So I'm going to try and keep as much as I can in. Whereas maybe if this was something I wrote, maybe I really would cut out the whole section with the photograph, no problem, you know? So, I don't know. That was interesting to me. And like, I don't think I said this directly, but something that I really liked about this story, and you know, still do, is that I think this is such a great way to show that they're vampires without saying that they're vampires. That the drained, great word to convey they're drinking the blood. There's no reflection. He handles the silverware with a rag. She can't touch the silverware. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, they drink the blood at the end, but so I really liked it. I thought that was super cool. But it seems like what I have to praise about it is a critique for others, that other people didn't get it. It was too subtle. And so I'm curious which camp you guys are in. Like, what camp most people in the chat are in. Are you in, like, yeah, I liked how you introduced it, I got it? Or are you in the, it was a little too subtle, I needed something more, sort of thing. And I really like the atmosphere. Like, I can totally imagine. Like, I haven't said, like, beautiful opening. I like the original line a little bit more. I was sad that I think I was the one to cut it. I don't know if I cut this and I was sad about it, or if I kept it and Lee was like, it's okay, you can take it out. But I really like this line, as back then I thought it was crying from having to carry so many people. Like, that's a really great image there. I think it still works as just, I thought it was crying. Like, you know, I love personification, so I love personifying the ocean liner. I love this setting of, like, oh yeah, that's another clue. I never slept at night. That's the first clue that they're vampires. But I like that setup of, like, we're on this ocean liner, and it's like this kind of melancholy, almost scary place to be. Like, how can the other kids sleep? They're a kid. If it's like other kids, that means you're a kid. So I really like the opener. Again, could you have cut the opener? Yes, but I liked it too much, so I didn't want to. But and then like I pretty much noted in when I looked at the document the first time the lines I liked, but I do really like the, as if that would make it clearer and stuff. I like, the details about the light, that it's like, not only, like, first of all, we don't need the light, because presumably they have vampire eyes, and are, that can see in the dark. And then also, even if they had a light, then it would give them away, too. I like those details, that it's like, we don't need light, and it would be an active hindrance, so if there is light, it's somebody else. I really like the, like, quiet tension and terror of what's going on here. I like kind of backing up and not seeing that she's backing up into a spoon. I think that's great. This is another like really small thing that again is just like really interesting to me. So in this version it's, my palm pressed into what might have been a spoon. In other words, silverware. In the previous version it was my palm pressed into what I think might have been a spoon, but it was still silverware. There's something I really like about this phrasing, and I like it much more than what you changed it to. But I don't know that I can pinpoint what it was. Like, I don't know. I think there's something about this phrasing that it's like, woo, it's silverware. Whereas in this case, it's like, it's a little more casual, but still has that drama where it's like, but it's still silverware, I don't know. I'm curious if you have any thoughts. But I really like that. I like that it's just like a little squeak of pain, like, oh no. I like the setting of their silverware all around, and so like it makes sense that there's like one line around that she can touch. I am curious because that was a question that someone else I talked to had of like, wait, but the silverware is in front of her, so how is she backing into it? I didn't have a problem with that, because like if there's silverware everywhere, I believe there could be like one sitting on a crate and that she like backs into the crate and hits it. But I'm curious if anybody else had that confusion. And like I started to say, I like that it's not like a scream or like a big thing. It's just like it barely squeaks out of her, and that's enough to call the person to them. I think that works well. So this is interesting because the original line was go to your sister. So it was, I'll read the whole paragraph. Dad looked at me, whispered, go to your sister, and then pulled out one of the knives with his cloth hand and rounded the corner to meet the intruder. I did as I was told. With her in my arms, I hid behind a wall of boxes. And the new version is, in the growing light, Dad whispered, your sister, then pulled out a cloth knife and rounded the corner. I did as told. With baby Ramona in my arms, I hid. So I think this is some of both of us doing these edits. But I definitely made the edit of just your sister. Because taking out go to takes out two words, and I was like, just your sister. Like, to me is makes sense as to something kind of a scared dad. I mean, maybe not scared, but you want to make sure baby's safe. And so he's like, your sister. And that's enough to say, like, go get her, tend to her, protect her. But, like, multiple people that I talked to were like, your sister? What? Like, I don't understand. What? I didn't even know the sister was here. And so I don't know if more of the problem was that the sister needed to be clearly introduced as there earlier, or if it really was taking out the go-to that was the problem. So I'm very curious what folks have to say about that. I do really like the image of like the shadows tearing at each other. It makes sense as like, Dad might purposely be on the other side of the boxes so that Hannibal doesn't see, kid doesn't see the bloodshed, but like she still sees the shadows, and it still is a sucky sight. And it's especially sucky to be like, yeah, I see the shadow picture show, but that's real blood. But that's real blood leaping over those boxes. And I am curious if the leap word is meant to mean, like, the blood went over her, or if the blood, like, gets on her, you know? And I like the again and again and again, like, it shows that Hannibal is pretty freaked out by this. So it's like, oh gosh, Dad, you know. One of my main questions, which Lee did answer some of my questions up above, and we can look at that afterwards, but one of the main questions I had for the piece that I don't think you answered is, why does he use a knife? Like, I know from the other story that you wrote, which is also in this universe, which is also great, and you guys should totally go read it. I know that he does have fangs, because, like, one reason why he might use a knife is because he doesn't actually have fangs. But I don't know why he isn't using them, especially because the knife is silver. I don't know why he's using a knife. I don't know if to him, like, this is more humane, this is less monstrous or barbaric, this is less of a monstrous thing for his daughters to see. But I feel like stab is a way worse sight than a chomp and dead, you know? So yeah, I'm curious why he did that, and I like kind of the quiet horror of him reemerging with his coat stained, that that you don't have to say that, like, Henneva's horrified or her eyes widen or anything like that. Like, all you need to know is his coat is stained, and you can feel the, like, tension and horror of that. I think that's cool. I am curious, this is a change I was iffy on. In the original, Dad reemerged with many new stains on his coat. Hennema, he said, pointing behind me, my bag. I quickly retrieved his medical bag and timidly followed him. And I was like, I don't think you need to have him say my bag. I took out her name first. I took out him pointing. Well, maybe I didn't take out him pointing. But, like, I was like, can I take out him saying my bag? And so, could I? Did that work? Or were you like, how did she know that he wanted the medical bag? I liked this image of he stabbed the corpse again, so I tried to preserve it. But was that confusing? Would it have been better to say, like, what? How does a pump and tube stab something? You know, would it have been better to say, with a pump and tubes, he drained the contents of the corpse, you know, he drained the blood, sort of thing. You want out, baby? Have you committed? But I do like this ending scene of, like, because that does make a little bit more sense with the knife, that instead of Dad chomping and drinking, that Dad just wants to stabby and drainy. So that does help a little bit, but I do still feel like he could give a chomp, give a drink, but still do the pumpy. And so, but anyway, so I do think that's interesting that, like, they can keep the blood for later, and so that they don't have to go for a new victim tomorrow night, kind of thing. And I do like the ending. If you didn't get the clues, I think you're gonna know by the end that they're vampires. And I like that Henneva's not really into it. And, you know, it could, you know, other than the confusion, it could be a good twist of, like, oh yeah, he drank the blood. He did what now? You need to drink. She does what now? You know, that could work pretty well as a little twist. But I like that. I think it works. I think it's a great like, conclusion that they're learning how to survive and stuff like that, and it ends with a much, I don't know, bigger vampire-y thing at the end of them fully drinking the blood and stuff like that. I don't know how to describe it. I like it. And I like her being hesitant, and I like the description of it. I really like the line of, the taste had yet to fully grow on me. Might be my favorite line. I do wonder about it though, because they do be draining rats. And maybe rat blood tastes different from human blood. But I would presume it's all blood. And so if she's drinking the rats, then why is she so, hesitant about the human blood and so grossed out by it, Or was she equally grossed out by the rat blood? That could be interesting if we could manage to get that in there of we spent the month hiding in the shadows of crates. It always disgusted me to drink the rats or something like that. To, clarify that she's disgusted already. I don't know. That could be something to consider. I'm curious about the ending. The ending was something I was really torn about, because if there was a big thing that I was going to take out, it was going to be the ending. I don't think I actually asked these questions on the doc, but I had some questions, which is that, well, maybe I did. I don't know. How did they find somewhere to lay him to rest? Because we're on a boat. It's no, I'm just thinking of Firefly. I just have one question. What's she doing on this ship? I don't recall pulling over, So, it's kind of that thing where it's it's still a dead body that has a bunch of stab wounds and no blood. People are gonna find that. There's no, nice grave that you could make for him on a boat. And so it kind of feels like throwing him overboard is A, the most humane thing you can do, and B, the least sus thing that you can do. Because, yeah, leaving him somewhere on the ship, all drained of his blood, is gonna get questions asked. But having the body thrown overboard is gonna be like, where's Jim? Where's Jim, the cargo hold checker? Rather than here's Jim, oh my gosh,
You come back? I can't. I'll do it.
And the other thing is, to lay the man undisturbed. The man is very disturbed. The man has multiple stab wounds, and he has been drained of all his blood. I don't think that anybody's gonna see that and think that he is peaceful. He is laid to rest peacefully. So I'm curious what she means by undisturbed. And then I'm also curious, I like the ending of the sun rose. It doesn't seem like it matters on the ship, because if they're in the dark hold, then the sun's not gonna get them. Oh, I guess, I might have answered my own question. I was gonna ask, why does it matter that there's the sun if they're staying in the dark hold? But I think your point is they had to go somewhere, where the sun is, where there's sun, to lay him to rest and come back. So I think that's why you noted that. And I do like that as the ending.
Why are you at the door again? I just let you in. You silly one. You silly little bead.
I just see if born why. Oh yeah, I guess that is another question, is that if, I don't think I asked you directly if vampires are born vampires in your world, but from what you answered to my other questions, it sounds like they are. And so if she was born a vampire and was given blood as a babu, then how has the taste of blood yet to grow on her? Or is it no, in the photograph, then they weren't vampires yet, and they all got turned, kind of thing. And speaking of Lee's answers to my questions, so Lisa, well, that's off the top of my head, regarding some of your questions in the doc, the photo scene was originally written to help showcase vampire aging, and was written under the initial idea of the mother having passed during childbirth, but that idea is likely going to be left out entirely now. I'm curious if there was something I or other people said that made you want to take that idea out, or if you yourself are just like, I want to go with something else, you know. My thought is that the photograph was from before they became vampires, and a vampire killed the mom and turned the rest of them. It sounds like that's not true, but that's kind of how I took it. And like that, going with what you were saying of it showcasing vampire aging, two things didn't make that clear to me. Long before having me and my sister doesn't mean they look different. They can look exactly the same. And it's not stated, and so you don't know that they aged. And what I just said, you don't, at least for me, I didn't know if it was meant to be like, oh yeah, time passed, or if it was meant to be, oh yeah, before they became vampires, you know. Like going back, for the heartbeat scene, I'll read that. I didn't want to simply write I was scared or I was panicking. Ended up thinking to myself that if vampires can be killed by putting a stake through their heart, then that would imply the heart still functions or has functioned. Yeah, so my question was, how does she have a heartbeat if she's a vampire? Because most vampires that I know have no heartbeat. So that is a really interesting thought. So I'm curious if you guys like know the answer or have thoughts on that, because that's a really good question of, if you can stake them through the heart and kill them, if their heart doesn't beat, then why does that do anything? Why does that kill them, you know? Yes. So I'll leave the old version on screen while I'm looking at the chat and try to like scroll down every minute or so. Mako, I followed the action, but not so much everything else. Ghoulish, I thought of emotional closeness. Okay, yeah, so you did, when you read the earlier version, you did think that it was not so much that they were far away from each other, but emotionally distant. Gotcha. Oh no, Lorenzo DeVos doesn't use Discord. That's no good. Oh no. Lorenzo DeVos, I don't use Discord for two reasons: being cussed out by 6-year-olds and weirdos. Is that the two reasons, the 6-year-olds and weirdos, or are we awaiting the second reason? I can almost assure you, of course I can't 100% assure you, but I can like 90% assure you that you're not gonna get cussed out by 6-year-olds and weirdos on my server. So we're a pretty chill bunch. I can totally see that happening in other servers, but if you don't join anywhere else, I think you'll be pretty okay on mine. Maybe there's a difference between a biological father and a vampiric father. That's super fair, and that totally makes sense. From what I have read of the two stories and heard from Lee, it sounds like... Well, no, I guess that... I was going to say it sounds like he is the biological father, but I do think that this line of long before they had me and my baby sister, to me, even the first time I read it, I was like, oh, so like they are related. And like I said, is what kind of made me think maybe a different vampire came in and killed them all, you know? Yeah, Michael, I can assure you that doesn't happen in our group. Yeah, a vampire would totally be like, call me father. Fresh blood for the Dracula musical intensifies. Nice. Mako, brother, the World Series title. Does the whole story series world take place on the ocean? Are they lost at sea? Is it like Waterworld? So good question, because the second story written in this universe this week it does not take place on the ocean, and kind of implies that as we go forward, we will not be on the ocean. I think that it's meant to be like across the pond, you know, kind of thing, that it's like, yes, we were from Europe and we crossed the pond into America, and this whole story is us across the pond, you know, kind of thing. That I'm not totally sure, and Sanguine is interesting because how much was it that you could see? Oh, it was that much. Okay. Oh, you can't really see that top one. Yeah, Sanguine is interesting because it's like, it's not the sea that's Sanguine. It's you guys. it's you guys and the things you eat or the things you drink, you know. Unless you're using Sanguine as hopeful, like across. Oh, you know, now that I say that, you probably are. You probably are using it as a play on like across the hopeful sea. You know, we're trying to find hope over here, but also it means bloody. That's super clever. If that was the intention. Vampires, we be vampiring. Mm-hmm. What, wasn't there an American vampire scare back in the colonial times? I think you would know best. I may have looked this up at one point, but I don't remember. Mako, I mean, yeah, vampires and witches were oddly popular targets for anything weird happening. What do you mean odd? Ghoulish, I think it was subtle enough. Bitzer, I put it together by drained. Nice. You ate another not cookie. Why are you continuing to eat your gummy non-cookies? I read it as him passing her sister. Very fair. Yeah, that could be another way to do that part is to say like, I guess I need to go back up. Here. In the growing light, Dad handed me my sister, then pulled out a cloth knife. That might work. Okay, so where were we before? We were there, and then I'll do, again. Good googly moogly. Gotta save some for the kids. Autopsy would reveal vampire activity. I don't think you even need the autopsy. You just see him sitting there like a drained Capri Sun, and you would be suspicious. If it's a stab, anyone could have done it. Oh! Yeah, that makes sense. If it was a stab, anyone could have done it. If it was a bite mark on a ship, that's more suspicious. That is fair. That is a good point. But I still stand by. If Homie looks like a drained Capri Sun, and vampires exist in your world, you're gonna have suspicions, regardless of if there are bite marks. I guess as I say that, okay, it would be pretty clear it's the stab wounds that killed him, and so maybe you'd be like, huh. Well, like, the Capri Sun nature of his body makes me sus of vampires, but the stab wounds don't. The stab wounds go against that. So, you know, that's a fair point. Rats have 64 milliliters of blood per kilogram of body weight. Great fact. And rats are usually half a kilogram. So on average, a rat is 32 milliliters of blood. I'm assuming you're calculating to figure out like how much sustenance they get, but yeah, I've yet to reach that part. Mako, late to the question, but I read your sister and was like, what sister? Where? Fair. Granted, we don't know how much of blood the vampire needs. I don't think we need much information. When Chubb on cameras, we can guarantee no 6-year-olds. What do you mean by that? You didn't notice there was another one? Another one of what? I have a bad habit of being unable to leave food alone when it's right in front of my... trails off. I assume you meant face. Fair enough. assume this is real life stuff. Mako goes to visit family in hospital. Gets card full of instructions directing me to room. Take yellow elevator in cafeteria. Cafeteria, you say. Get call asking if I'm finding my way alright. Yes, I just stopped to get food in the cafeteria. Confused voices and instructions on finding elevator. Hang up. Go to room a minute later. Didn't say I was lost. I said I was hungry. Nice. New England vampire panic. Okay, so it sounds like there was a scare. It was a reaction to an outbreak of tuberculosis. It all comes back to tuberculosis. 2, 4, 6, 8. How will we exsanguinate? 2, 4, 6, 8. Upon your neck will masticate. Amazing. Oh, I know we have no 6-year-olds on the server. I thought you were saying, at least we know there's no 6-year-old vampires. And I was like, well, we don't know that. Like, we know that vampires age in this universe, so there probably are 6-year-old vampires. No, there are no 6-year-olds on our server to our knowledge. Oh, I didn't even notice there was another story for this week. Ah, fair. Alright, but yeah, so I don't really know how my discussion of this story came across here on the stream. This is a very unorthodox one since I helped him. But I really enjoyed this story. I'm so excited about this new universe. I really want to hear more about this family of vampires. I thought it was great, personally, and I really enjoyed helping you cut it down. Alright. There's the little reminder. Okay, go back away from here. There we go. Okay, that should remind me better. I'll leave it up there to remind me to actually send it. But the idea. So I was talking with a friend about his struggles with writing for this group. I'm not going to say who it was unless he wants to out himself. I was chatting with a friend about writing struggles, and so I felt like I wasn't really able to help. I felt like my advice wasn't really getting us anywhere, and so I really want to hear what you guys would have to say in advice. So I'm trying to explain the problem, but if I don't explain the problem well enough, you may have to out yourself and explain it better. But here is the explanation and question from my understanding. Have you ever had an experience where you try to write and the words just turn to smoke? Or you feel like you have an idea, but when you sit down to write, you find the idea is full of holes you aren't able to fill. A disconnect between what's in your head and writing it on the page. If so, what do you do to address this problem and still write the idea? So yes, there you go. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to explain before I go. I guess, like, one thing I'll say is that, like, I don't know if I fully understood the problem, but if I do, I feel like I have had this problem before where, like, I have this idea and then I sit down to write it and, like, I'm just like, how? Like, I can't do it. There's a block, there's a wall, and I was really excited about it, but it's just like, it ain't working, you know? And when I run into that problem, I do a different idea. I'm just like, okay, this one ain't working. That's sad, but I have other ideas, and those ones work better. And that's not very helpful if this happens with all ideas. And so work on a different idea is not really the advice we're looking for here. Like, I'm really hoping that you guys have advice on how to actually complete this idea that, you know, feels like it doesn't want to be written, you know, kind of thing. But, yes. Methinks writers are automatically weirdos. Yeah. Fair enough. Nope, not that one. This one. There we are. I hope you can read that. All right. So yes, I will see you all in a little bit. I'll get a snack. Hopefully, find a little guilt-free, silly short that I want to show you guys, and I'll see you in a little bit. Bye bye for now. Hello world. I have returned. New follower. Right as I return. Well, how lovely. Welcome, new follower. All right. Yes, I found the guilt-free thing. It is called The Ultimate Loophole by Jazz Emu, and it's there in the not so private chat.
Hello, kitty. Hello, beautiful cat.
Massa, I'm in this picture and I don't like it. This has been happening to me far too often lately. I have in fact tried writing something for the prompts on a few rare occasions over the last month or so. I have a few paragraphs written out and I'm not sure where I'm going with it. I'd like to say just write something, but it's tough when your brain is just, no, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Honestly, if I had a solution, I'd have written more often lately, so I'd be very interested to hear what others have to say. Very fair. Yeah, I think that is the struggle, and like, we'll probably talk about it, but I want to say just write, just force yourself to write, and like let it be bad and stuff like that, but it sounds like that's not really the issue. It sounds like they want to write, but it's just like, you know, the hands of fate are puppeteering the hands away from the keyboard almost. Wolf, I think my best advice is smash ideas together. Whenever I have ideas that have holes in them, I use other ideas to fill the holes. Interesting. Usually I get a lot of mileage out of ideas that are separate enough to be weird but can coexist. For example, Garlock's Church of Asena is a mix of Catholic Inquisition and Theus of Kaltenbrun's Hounds of God idea. You can rationalize it later, just take the idea and keep asking yourself why. And then,
Oh, where are you going? Don't go, kitty. Kitty. Don't go. Don't go. My darling. Oh, my darling.
You can rationalize it later. Just take the idea and keep asking yourself why, and then you'll have something. Might not be the best, but you can edit it and proof it. If that doesn't work, add more ideas, elements. If you can't think of something, think about a thing you like and why you like it. This song has Pokemon vibes.
Oh, you're such a cutie.
Yeah, I like that idea of, all right, I can't complete this idea, so I'm gonna throw another idea at it. And I also like the keep asking yourself why thing. In a writing camp sort of thing that I did. That a long time ago, that was one of the exercises, is to I forget exactly how you started the exercise, but it's basically just like you pair up with somebody and then like they start asking why as about your characters, that you can be like, yes, like my character must do this. Okay, why must they do that? Well, because of this. Okay, well why this? Why'd that happen? You know, that kind of thing. And so I do think that's a really good exercise because it forces you to come up with answers. And like I was much younger when I did this and I didn't have answers. Like my trailed off, and so I was like, oh, well, like I thought everything was so developed, but I don't have answers. And so yeah, that can be a really good thing to do, is just follow the trail of whys and make up answers, get yourself answers, you know. And then I also like that, you know, you can rationalize it later. I don't know if people are talking about it in terms of like plot holes and stuff, but for me that's kind of the thing, is that like if I was worried about plot holes while I wrote, I probably wouldn't write. But if it's just like, hey, I think this idea is cool. And I write it down, and then I look for plot holes later, or I, try to fill plot holes later. Then, like, that's what works for me. I know for other people, like, their brains don't work like that. For other people, it's like, no, there's a plot hole there. I can't drive around it. I can't write around it. I have to fill it before I can keep driving with this story. And so I understand how everyone can do that. But if you can, I do recommend trying to be like, hey, this might be a problem later. This might be a plot hole. Just keep writing for now and fix it later, Or a lot of times, the stories that we know and love have plot holes, and we still love them. And so you don't have to tell yourself, uh-oh, I have this plot hole, it has to be filled. Like, you can try your best to tell yourself, hey, if I'm able to make a magic spider web over the plot hole, then hopefully the audience will accept it, It may not make as much sense as paving over it, but the audience can get behind it, That said, honestly, the only way I found to get over this problem was to grit my teeth, set a word goal, and force myself to write. Yes, sometimes I hated what came out. Sometimes I had to rewrite sections, and sometimes the story had to be flat out abandoned after being written. But some of my best writing and most creative solutions came out of sitting down and making myself do it. And even if some of the stories came out not very good, it was such a relief to finally get them on the page. Yes, I'm totally with you there. Like, I don't know, I've talked about these things before, so I'm trying to figure out how to, like, say things concisely. But in the past, when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, I would want everything that I wrote to be perfect, right? That it would be like, in my head, it's amazing, it's glorious, there's grand things happening. And then when I tried to write it, it would suck because I was a kid and I didn't know what I was doing. But I didn't allow myself to be a kid who didn't know what I was doing. I was like, it has to be perfect. It has to be exactly what I want on first go. And that's just not how it works. That's just not how anything works. And so I eventually trained myself to allow myself not to do things perfectly by, allow myself to be willing for the things I wrote to not be perfect by basically having an email draft where I would just write down whatever ideas came to me, whether it was 3 lines of dialogue, whether it was 10 pages of dialogue, whether it was, I think this would be an interesting idea for the world. Let's write it down. Whatever it was, whatever came to me for this story, then I started writing it down. And if I recall, like, I don't remember if it started out as, like, a document for all of my story ideas, and, like, Savion's story just rose to the top, but I think it really was just for Savion's story. And so that's why Savion is still around today, and the other ideas that I had in the past aren't. Because I started doing that with him, and so doing that and just writing down whatever came to my mind allowed me to not be perfect, allowed me to realize, oh, like, I'm just writing ideas down, I'm just writing stuff, and so it doesn't have to be, like, if I'm writing down a world-building idea that I have, it's not going to be the most perfect, flowery, amazing thing I ever wrote. It's just a world-building idea I had. And if I'm writing 3 lines of dialogue that popped into my head today, they're not going to be the most glorious, amazing 3 lines of dialogue ever. They're 3 lines of dialogue I thought of today. And so doing that allowed me to not be perfect. As I said, that allowed me to treat writing in a more casual way, that instead of it being like, oh, the writing is the finished product, the writing is the masterpiece, the thing, the full painting, it's like, no, the writing is the sketch, the writing is the pencil marks on the canvas, and it will become that finished painting, but you need those pencil marks on the canvas to make that final painting, kind of thing. And so, like, it might be different from, you know, how you work, but I'm totally with you in terms of, like, just write. And, like, even if sometimes you're like, I hate this, I don't want to write today, you know, just sit down and do it and be like, I need to get this idea onto the page, even if it sucks, even if I hate it, even if I have to fix it later, this is where it needs to be. And, like, that is kind of the thing, right? That I, in the past, right, that I would just keep all my ideas in my head and not write anything down, and because I have a very good memory, and I was like, yeah, I'll remember them. And, like, I mean, it's complicated. Some I do, some I don't. But, you know, I don't remember the ideas that I didn't write down as a kid, for sure. And so, like, I have a good memory, I have a good imagination, I'll remember what I want to do with this story, I don't need to write it down, and the minute I write it down, it becomes imperfect. The minute I write it down, this idea I love so much will now suck, and I'll feel bad about it, and I won't want to keep working on it. And that is a genuine problem. Like, it was definitely not so much like, okay, just write it down. It was more of like, you need to learn the skill of treating it casually and knowing it can be made perfect later. Because, yeah, at the time, if you just told me write it down and I did, I would be like, well, this sucks. And then I wouldn't keep pursuing the idea, you know? So it's definitely a skill to learn. But yeah, like, the page is the story's house. That, like, your brain is great, and absolutely you should, like, imagine your stories, daydream your stories, like, whatever you need to do. You can sit there for hours. I mean, like, maybe don't, like, spend your whole life staring at the window thinking about stories. Like, you know, get yourself some food sometimes. Live your life outside of that. But, you know, look out the car window, think about your stories. As you go to sleep, think about your stories. Like, absolutely do that. But don't just keep them there, right? Like, write them down. Whether it is, like, an actual cohesive full story or it's just, like, a little idea. Like, get them onto the page, because that's where they want to live, you know? And that's where you can do stuff with it. I've said it on streams before. I didn't write down a lot of the story ideas I had as a kid because I didn't want them to be perfect. And now, future Kaylee is like, past Kaylee, if you had written your ideas down, I could make them perfect now. They were never going to be perfect because you're a little kid and you didn't know how to write. So, of course, they weren't perfect. But if I at least remembered them, if they lived on in a physical medium, then I would have them to perfect now, you know? And yeah, like, I don't know, just in general, allowing your stories not to be perfect is important. Like the little meme thing that Mako posted last night. Mako, well, my answer is not letting myself sleep until I've written something, but that doesn't seem like actual good advice. Indeed, indeed. It's your idea to brain fart issue. It happens very rarely with me. Solutions involve 1, writing the idea out in memes or bullet points. 2, just write it badly and fix it later. 3, shitpost it on Tumblr. Oh, that's fantastic. How do you write it out in memes? Do you just, like, gather a bunch of memes and put them together? That's glorious. If you have, like, a picture of one of these, like, send it in the not-so-private chat, because that sounds glorious. Decoy. That's happened to me a bunch, but I've never been able to remedy it unless I completely hanged prompt. Usually if I find a plot hole, it's there to stay. Fair enough. Hello, Gotham Barbie. Love your name. We are a writing group. We write 350-word microfiction and post it to the Discord, and then I read some of the stories that are posted for our weekly prompts here. Live on Twitch every Saturday, and yeah, so right now we're in the middle of the stream, so we're answering this question about writing, and we'll get back to stories shortly. Aerith, honestly, when I face this sort of thing, I often fail at writing for that prompt or week. More often, when I don't write, it's not the prompt, it's just in real life stress or responsibilities overwhelming me, so I can't focus on story writing. I regularly think about what does it really take to be a successful writer. I think of Stephen King, who talked about writing 5 pages every day, no matter what. So sometimes I feel like it really is just a question of commitment or something else. Oh, is it really a question of commitment or something else? What makes a good writer? What does that even mean? Now that I think about it, wow, this question really got me thinking. Well, I'm glad that I could get you thinking. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. I'll talk about that more in a second. My character must do this. Why? Because I said so. Climbs on the table and T-poses them on them. Amazing. Zoning out is part of the writing process, but not all of the writing process. 100%. The meme version happens most often in the spitball zone in my archive documents. I'll see if I can find the most memetic one. Yes. The memes. Give me the memes. This is something that I've thought about a lot. Now I don't know if I'm gonna like go too long on this, but where do I begin? Do you ever see like those? I don't know if calling them memes is the right thing, but I don't know, those things, those sayings, where it's something along the lines of waiting for inspiration is like waiting at a train station to be hit by a plane. Or maybe it's the opposite, like waiting at the airport for your train or something like that. And I have never really liked those things because, like, especially in the past, like I really needed that inspiration and stuff like that. But the thing about it for me is that when you hear that, when I would hear that, it would be like, okay, so like I just have to sit down and write, but like I can't write without the inspiration. Like what gives, you know? And the thing is, you can make your own inspiration. And again, I think I have said this before, so sorry if I sound like a broken record, but if, like, go read a book that you like, or read, you know, it doesn't have to be much, like, just enough to inspire you. Like, it can be whatever you can do. If it's a chapter, if it's 3 chapters, if it's a page, whatever you need. You can go read a book you like, or reread a book you like. You can watch a TV show that you like. And I mean, this kind of goes along with people saying, like, oh, like, you have to read as a writer and stuff like that. And, like, I don't want to get into all of that question, but, like, you don't have to read to get inspiration. You can use TV shows. You can use movies. Like, just experience stories. However you get inspiration. Like, or if, like, looking at art or fan art makes you inspired to go write, like, do that. And, like, I know how it feels to be inspired to go write, and I don't know if other people have the same experience as me. But at least for me, you know, that, you, like, those sayings of, like, waiting at the airport for a train just sounds like, okay, so I just, like, sit down at my computer and, like, I just have to come up with the words, like, huh. But if it's like, hey, go read a book you like, don't wait for the inspiration, make it. Go find it. Go create your own inspiration. Don't wait for the muses to grace you. Go grab them, you know? Go find something that inspires you, kind of thing. And so, but there is that question of writing every day, you know, should you write every day? How much should you write every day, you know? And it does, like, seem like Death's Head, me, and C.M. Weller, I think are the 3 folks who are kind of on the same wavelength, like, on this, of being like, yeah, like, just keep writing every day, just do it, just write it. Even if it sucks, just keep writing, and like, we are, I think, 3 people who write every day, or almost every day. So I don't know. They're, like, I'm butchering, like, what I wanted to say. But basically, I think that we are, like, 3 people who can and do write every day, or almost every day. And Like, that is kind of what each of our advices were, and I think all of us were kind of saying that we don't get to that place. And so there is something to be said of, like, the people who are writing every day are the people who don't have this problem. So there is something to be said of that maybe it literally is the writing every day that helps you not have the problem. But I mean, I guess it's intertwined, right? Because if you are writing every day, you're allowing yourself to suck. You're allowing yourself to write crappy writing. Because yeah, if you write every day, you're like, it's not gonna be liquid gold every time your hands hit the keyboard. And so there's something to be said about that, but I don't really I don't love that as just general advice, because for some people, like, they have day jobs and, like, they get home tired and they can't or don't want to write every day. Sort of thing. There are some people for whom, like, writing every day would be a chore instead of fun. It would make it into a job instead of a hobby, and make it, you know... I mean, of course, if you're writing every day, you do probably want it as your job. But, you know, it would make it the chore kind of job. Like, a job you enjoy versus a job you don't enjoy. Like, that's more of what I mean. So I don't think that write every day is a one-size-fits-all advice. That I think that, you know, there are ways that you can figure it out, right? That I do think if you're writing once every 6 months, yeah, you're probably going to run into problems. Yeah, you're probably not going to be as skilled a writer as the writer who writes every day, kind of thing. However, I think there are other ways that you can, like, create routine to make yourself a better writer and make it easier to write. Like I said, you can have that routine of creating your own inspiration. Maybe every day is too much for you, but you could do every week. Maybe every 2 days, you know, maybe, like, start with every month, if even every week is too much, you know. You don't have to automatically go, well, like, we're supposed to write every day, so I have to do it. And you can also, like, change the number of words, right? Stephen King says write 5 pages. Maybe that's super daunting. Maybe you have to start at 1 page. Maybe you have to start at half a page. Maybe you have to start at write 1 word every day, and you just add 1 word to your document every day. You know, whatever you can handle. Like, don't push yourself beyond what you can handle or what's actually helpful to you. And, you know, for me, I have never done that where it's like, oh, I must write every day because I must write every day, because this is the advice of the great writers. So write every day because I have to. You know, I've never done that. But I pretty much do, or I write, like I said, it's not really every day, but like, it's quite a few days. But I do it because I enjoy it. And so there's kind of a sense of what will get you to the point where you're enjoying it. What will get you to the point where you want to write every day. I think that, to me, is the key distinction. That just telling somebody write every day can be super daunting and just not sound fun, and maybe not be fun in practice, and it makes you hate writing to do that. That's not the solution, if it does that to you. Do whatever's going to make you enjoy it and want to do it more, you know? And I think, like, another aspect of it is that casualness thing, right? That the more casually you're able to see writing, the more room for play, the more room for enjoyment there is. Because if it's like, everything I write, it has to be perfect, well, then automatically you're taking some enjoyment out of it. You're taking some level of play out of it, because it's like a performance that has to be perfect. You know, you're getting on that stage rather than just, like, hanging out with your friends. I guess, like, if you use, like, singing for an example, like, there's a difference between singing in the shower and singing in front of a live studio audience, in front of a concert hall. And if you're treating your writing like every time you sit down to write, you have to sing for a concert hall, yeah, you're probably going to clam up. It's not going to be fun. You're not going to want to do that every day. But you might sing in the shower every day, you know, and when you sing in the shower, it doesn't have to be perfect. You just have to have fun singing the song. And so, like, how do you make writing like singing in the shower for you? You know, is kind of the question. I hope that was a fun tangent. Or read a book you hate and write out of spite. Yeah, totally. That can work. Yeah, I have, maybe not hate, but I've done that before where I'll be reading a book and I'm like, don't really love how this is written. Like, I don't think this is written very well. And it inspires me to write because I'm like, I want to write something better, you know? One letter per day. I mean, I know how Iron Widow came from the author's frustration with the anime Darling in the Bronx. Interesting. CM Weller has posted some meme thoughts. The monster of your story, Spitball Zone. Ooh, this could go both universes. Amalgam, the space orcs are kind of helpful. Ambassador Harry. Alpharel, Kosh versus someone spitting horseshit about Helkin, or Baby Kosh versus the kid's manual about everyday monsters. Makeovers, Legend versus Reality with Joshua the Dragon. I want to write all of them for the lulz, but post makeovers and Spitball Zone. Behold meme thoughts. Definitely write something every day. I've been parking examples in the promo channel. Another set of meme thoughts. Addicted to a dream. Spitball Zone. Only trouble is, gee whiz, I'm dreaming my life away. Someone idolizing another to the point where the pedestal is too high to match their reality. An elf on too many dandelions. The dream of a romantic past and the money to make it happen in a personal playground. Shades of Marie Antoinette in her play village dressing up to churn butter. Westworld's hidden white supremacy narratives, and that might be a little too SJW even for me. LOL. Rich people's playground where they're in a reality where everything is about whatever they want and how they can't deal with reality. So pretty much the real world in the common day. Tech Bro, Mega Project, Red Mask, and Spitball Zone. Nice. Oh, I love this. This is perfect. That I condone this. Is that the right word? I support this. I give my support to this. I absolutely, I mean, maybe I'll make this a challenge. If you don't have a Spitball Zone, get yourself a Spitball Zone. So this is kind of like a, like, I think what I'm talking about, like, have, like, a whole huge document with, like, all your thoughts of your whole universe might be really overwhelming. But I think this is what I'm talking about on a much more manageable scale of just, like, okay, you have received your prompt. Now start writing down your ideas. And, like, again, I know that, like, in your head you can think of ideas. And if that works for you, that's fine. But if you're trying in your head to think of ideas and you can't pick one, or you can't flesh them out, then start writing them down in your Spitball Zone, you know? That kind of thing. Endorse. There you go. Endorse. I endorse this.
Kitty cat. It's kitty cat. Well, are you okay? Where are you going? Cute kitty.
Amalgam Station began out of spite. Nice. Do you want the spitballs included somewhere in the story post? Do you think that could give people more incentive if I'm like, include your Spitball Zone and then put the Spitball Zone in the notes? But, well, actually, maybe that goes against what we're talking about because, like, the Spitball Zone is supposed to be imperfect. It's allowed to suck, right? I'm not saying that this sucks, but the goal of it is to allow yourself to just, like, write whatever, no matter how good it is. And so I feel like if it's like you have to show this to people, then that kind of goes against the meaning of it. So I guess maybe I'd say, if you're willing, share it. But if that makes you not do it, then definitely don't share it, you know? Ooh, that's an interesting advice in Ghoulish. But I did have a professor that said, pick your favorite 4-letter word and just write that until you can think of something else. Did he pick 4 letters on purpose? Or is that exactly the point? Is just like swear at the page until you're ready. Once upon a time there was a beep 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 king. Incredible. I mean, I have a little shame. Fair enough. That is the point. Gotcha. Oh, fair. Yeah, when I first read it, I thought it was like an more innocent thing. It's like, yeah, like pick a nice little word, like, I don't know, bats, and just keep on writing it. But no, I do like that it's just like, swear at the page until you're ready. I'll add that to the challenge thing. Alrighty, very fun discussion. Alright. Yeah, work, exactly. Let us go on to our encores. Our first being decoys. Sanguinophobia. Now decoy. 346 words. I was already cold and clammy, and the worst was still to come. I knew it had to be done, but that didn't mean I had to enjoy it. If I had managed to eat anything that morning, it would be coming up now. Still a dry, choking heave caught me by surprise. I spat bile into the dingy alley and cast a quick glance around. Fortunately, this was not a major thoroughfare at night. It had always been like this, back when I was giving blood. It was the needles, you see, and the blood. I was definitely afraid of both. My muscles would all tense up, starting with my calves, moving up through my thighs, stomach, biceps. Just relax, they'd say, while they pricked my flesh, trying to find a sturdy vein. The first would inevitably collapse, so they'd stab and bruise my other arm, while butterflies pirouetted in my stomach. Relax. What if I could? But some of us just can't stand the thought of, that's not well. But I'd persevere. You can't just stay at home when there's a shortage and you got own egg. You're putting your comfort over lives. So instead, I'd have to make sure there was something soft to land on when I inevitably keeled over. I'd have to sit on a bench for an hour to recover. Now I was on the other side, so to speak. I really thought it would be easier, and thought my problem would be gone. But come to think of it, I'd never been able to watch people get their blood taken either. I sighed and stepped out of the alley, waiting for a lone target. Terribly sorry about this, I muttered as I pulled a man into the alley. He'd been following a girl. I snapped his arm, causing him to drop his knife. I gripped his hair and pulled his head back, exposing his neck. I bit down, tearing flesh and arteries as blood flowed into my mouth. My muscles locked, my vision blurred. Don't pass out. Don't pass out. Don't. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it.
Kitty? I heard you. I heard you, Kitty Boo.
Oh, I wonder if the kitty was distracting or if that was perfect. That it's like, just relax. Spooky, creaky door opens. What if I could? Alrighty. Decoy said, "Hi readers, I'm so close to writing an absolute gore fest with this prop, but pivoted at the last second. I have an absolutely dreadful phobia of needles and blood. Can't stand them. Much like the main character, I am prone to vomiting, fainting, and other such delightful occurrences when faced with them. So I thought, what if such a person became a vampire? And thus the story was born. No specific questions this week, just let me know if you had fun, and it made sense. Cheers all, have a good weekend." More of Das Vampire. Indeed. Indeed. Two surprise vampire stories. I mean, depends on if you were surprised by the other one, but two potential surprise vampire stories in 1 week. Pretty awesome. Well, I quite enjoyed surprise vampire story number 2. Hang on. Let me close the door fully.
He didn't see.
So I read it and enjoyed it, you know, before reading your notes, and then when I read your notes, it just makes it even more, I don't know, cool, interesting, fun to know that this is, like, not just inspired by just, like, oh yeah, some people are afraid of blood, but, like, you yourself have that fear. Like, you know how this feels. You are writing from experience, and you're writing how someone like you might react to being a vampire. That just adds, I don't know, that makes the story more fun, more cool. I like it. So my biggest critique is at the beginning, which is that I feel like the beginning is kind of confusing, I guess, when you don't know what's going on. And so I think the first time I read it, I got to this and I was like, oh, okay, so, like, homie must be afraid of the blood, and so it must be that they are already, you know, erpling in the back of their throat before they even get to donate the blood. But that is not, in fact, the case. And so I feel like giving more clues for, like, oh, like, the beginning and the end are part of a scene, and then the middle is reminiscing, I think would be good. I do think in this case saying drink instead of eat would be helpful. I don't know that it would totally fix it, but that would be good there as well as a clue. I'm trying to think, did I write down an option? I don't know that I did. Oh no, I didn't. So, let's see. Because, like, I was already cold and clammy. Well, you're a vampire, so that's par for the course, you know. So I think, like, I'm trying to think. I really should have thought harder about options for how to make the beginning clearer, but preserve the twist, you know. I guess maybe, like, starting with the dingy alley that, you know, it's just basically saying, like, fortunately, this alley was not a major thoroughfare at night. And, like, I don't know if if I'd managed to drink anything that morning, it would be coming up now. Still, a dry, choking heave caught me by surprise. I'm not sure. There is, like, knowing the story, there's kind of a question of, like, you know, why is homie dry heaving, you know, or you know, why is homie heaving? Are they just heaving at the you know, possibility at the thought of, you know, vamping somebody, at the thought of biting somebody. So I guess maybe something like, you know, I knew I had to drink something, and maybe you could say eat something in that case, but I knew I had to drink something. I knew it had to be done, but that didn't mean I had to enjoy it. And then I do think this would be confusing to say after that, so maybe not. But maybe something like, the mere thought of it brought a dry, choking heave to my throat. I spat bile into the dingy alley. Yeah, I think that could work. Just kind of focusing on, I needed to drink something, but I didn't want to do it. And so then the reader can be like, what? What do you mean you don't want to drink something? What's wrong with drinking, bud? And then you get to the end and it's like, that's what's wrong with drinking, you know? And then just straight up clarifying that it's like the very thought of it, you know, makes him throw up in the back of his throat. I think that could work. I really like your description of the phobia. I like that. It was the needles, you see. and the blood. You know, just mostly the blood, but kind of all of it. And I like the, you know, like, just relax. Like, oh yeah, you say as you prick my flesh. Like, relax, sure, what if I could? It kind of has the same vibes of, like, I don't know, how people will kind of treat depressed people. Like, just be happy. And it's like, if I could, I wouldn't be depressed. You know, it's like, just relax. Like, if I could, we wouldn't be in this situation. Like, I wouldn't have a phobia. So I actually hadn't heard about veins collapsing, or if I had, I didn't remember it. So I was confused at the first would inevitably collapse. But I was told this is absolutely a thing. So I think it's fine. Though, for someone like me who's not super familiar with this kind of thing, I do think saying, like, of course they would have trouble finding a vein, you know, then I think that'd be a little easier for people not well versed to understand. And I like the description of, like, they'd stab and bruise my other arm, kind of like as if the doctor's just, like, willy-nilly stabbing when, like, surely that's not how it's going. Exactly. Butterflies pirouetted in my stomach is a chef's kiss image. Like, it is amazing how great, how much an evocative verb can, like, change a sentence. Cause, like, yeah, that verb is A+. No, it's S+. That verb is fantastic. Great, twist on the usual phrasing. I like, you know, the description of, like, okay, well, why is homie giving blood if they don't have to? But going, well, there is a shortage and I have O negative, and so, like, it's not comfortable, but it will save people if I give blood. So I like that. I think that works well. I'll come back to inevitably. So when I first got to I was on the other side, I definitely thought, oh, like, they're a nurse now, or they're a doctor now. Like, that's interesting. I don't know why they'd pursue that career path, but okay. I don't know if it's a problem or not that's the impression. I'm curious if other people got that impression. So I don't know if that's, like, something to critique, that, like, maybe add more clues that is not the case, or if it's, like, fine, that's the misunderstanding. I'm curious what you guys think about in this last bit. If it feels like too heavy-handed, it's like, oh yeah, of course he found, like, the perfect victim, a guy not only stalking a girl but also has a knife and clear intent to harm her. Did that feel like too heavy-handed or too perfect, or were you like, no, I liked it? I liked it personally, in the sense that it makes it clear that our main character is trying to, like, not just murder people willy-nilly, not just trying to drink people. Anybody. Like, they're trying to find, you know, people who, you know, maybe shouldn't be wandering around in alleys. People who maybe the world wouldn't miss so much. So I think that helps characterize the main character and stuff like that. But I could see that maybe just leaving it at, like, he'd been following a girl could work better, to just be like, we don't quite know if he was really stalking her. But MC is telling himself that, you know. Alright, 7 seconds. Literally every time I'm just like, oh, back here again. It must be a timing. Oh no. Oh yeah, I walked forward a little bit first, didn't I? No, maybe not. I return to hell. Oh, I'm sure hell is much worse. I thought that was the gap. I was very wrong. I'm once again kissing it. There's only one benefit to being damaged. It's knowing that I can get soul from it. Why does that feel like an actual thing in real life? There's one benefit to being damaged, is knowing you're growing your soul. No, I didn't go far enough. There we go. It's a little bit better, it seems like. Okay. Ah, too far. Oh yeah, well. Oh, I knew it was too early right as I did it. So I have not I have not oh, I don't know if I can talk. Oh, I did it again. I didn't go far enough. Yet again, I did it. I did it in that I didn't do it. Oh, I did it 3 times. Oh. This is the 4th time I've done that. I was doing so good. Oh, there we go. Thank goodness. Okay, so this is the question of, can I make it to the early one or do I make it to the... Oh no, there isn't a late one. There's just this close one. I was thinking, I was like, okay, my dash is too long. Maybe I can walk to it. I cannot. Oh well, the ad is over. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Back to story. Oh yeah, we have a fun thing to talk about after coming out of that. It's the tearing of the flesh in the arteries. What fun! So here's the thing. Like, granted, I'm not a vampire. I don't know exactly what all goes into it, but in, like, Dracula, Lucy just has, like, the 2 pinpricks on her neck. Like, she's not getting her flesh and arteries torn out anytime that Drac bites her. And so, presumably, at least in most vampire lore, a vampire can do a little prick, do a little numb, without tearing someone's neck out. And I would presume that somebody who is scared of blood would very much not want to go farther than they have to. Would very much only want to do the bare minimum to survive. And so it feels extremely strange to me that homie is like, oh, I'm so scared of blood, I don't want to do this. And they're going overboard. And like, not only are they taking the blood, they're tearing out the throat. They're tearing out flesh and arteries. And like, even if it's meant to be like, oh my gosh, so disgusting, like the flesh and arteries, like, it's like, you're doing this. You're doing this to yourself. Like, you can just do a stabby and a drinky. You don't have to tear their whole throat out to get your meal. You don't have to gross yourself out more than you have to. And it's funny because I probably wouldn't have thought about this if it weren't for Lee's story. But this makes me think that this vampire is the kind of vampire who would probably benefit from using a knife instead of their mouth. Because presumably the nomming part also sucks. The nomming part also grosses them out. Even if it is just the little pinpricks. Presumably that's also gross to them. And so I don't know for sure what would be grosser, if like slashing and then leaning down to nom would be worse, or if it's like, no, like the nomming is better, even though they both suck. But that is a potential thing to think about, that, you know, does doing it with your mouth make it grosser, or is it like, you know, I'm close up and so I'm not seeing it as much, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, I feel like just biting down, and like the other thing about it is like, presumably you can bite down and just, you know, suck. You don't have to see the blood at all if you do the pinpricks thing. If you just, you know, puncture the skin and start sucking, presumably you don't have to see the blood at all. Now, that doesn't mean it's not gross. You can still be grossed out like, oh my gosh, I'm drinking blood. Oh, that's disgusting. The premise of the story totally works, and it still works for me. If like, they don't see the blood. But, like, that feels like exactly what they would want to do. That like, whatever I can do that makes me see the blood the least is what I'm gonna be doing. And so, I presume that would just mean they sink their teeth and then they start slurping, you know? Yeah, so it just feels very strange that they're disgusted by it, and yet they're the ones choosing to go far. They're the ones choosing to make it gorier than they have to. And then I do really like the ending of describing being about to pass out. I'm curious if you wanted the reader to take it that they do pass out or they don't, or if you wanted it ambiguous. It's interesting because the trailing off makes it more ambiguous, that it's like they might have passed out, they might not have, but the story trails off. If you had done a hard hyphen, if you'd done a cutoff, then I absolutely would have thought that they passed out. But the other thing about it is that you did use the word inevitably. And so inevitably kind of reads like it's still inevitable. Like, you know, if it was inevitable back then, it's definitely still inevitable now. So if you wanted it to be a little more ambiguous, then maybe just saying when I keeled over there would help as well. But I really like this idea. I really like the idea of somebody who is scared of blood becoming a vampire. It works even better that you are intimately aware of what it feels like to have that fear. I think that works super well. So I think you did a great job with this. Let's see what folks have been saying. Ghoulish says, I have a nitpick about the title. Sanguine is Latin, phobia is Greek. Therefore, the title should be hemophobia. Ah, gotcha. Very fair. Reminds me of the one Crypt TV vampire short, and he has posted it for us. I haven't seen it, though. I think it's like a little run, and then dash after the first one. Yeah, potentially. Dracula don't suck. Dracula scrape, then lick. Oh, so source. I'm assuming that later in the book you actually get to hear that that's how he does it, but I don't think I got there. But then, like, why the 2 pinpricks go? Because wouldn't a scrape be like a scratch instead of 2 little pinpricks? Rose a messy eater. I mean, again, like, I'm fine with, like, vampires being messy eaters and, like, you know, doing a tearing of the throat because you're a messy eater vampire. Like, that's an interesting idea. The problem is, this vampire has hemophobia. This vampire doesn't want to see blood, so he would take great pains not to be a messy eater. Like, it doesn't matter if it, like, I don't know, his instincts are a little bit messy. Like, I think that fear would trump anything else. Like, anything that would make him a messy eater. The fear of seeing the blood would trump that and make him not want to be messy. You know? Like, if he's choosing to be a messy eater, he's giving into his instincts that are making him messy. Is he really that afraid of it? You know, if he's not taking pains to get away from his phobia, you know? Hello, Decoy. Oh, Decoy looked it up, so apparently it is Sanguinophobia. Ambiguous on the pass out. Very fair. Very fair. Maybe they do just a little bit. Not sure what that's referring to. Thanks. I don't think he's even considered using a tool to get his blood. Fair enough. It's early in the process. He hasn't considered it yet. Fair. Gotcha. It's a Cartoon Network thing. Interesting. This said, are you fear of seeing blood might ironically make him shake while feeding, making it messier, and thus a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's an explanation I can get behind. That works for me. If it's, yeah. If it's not like, oh, I'm just a messy eater, but also I'm terrified of blood. It's like, no, I'm a messy eater because I'm terrified of blood. Because it causes me to be messy. That works. That works for me then. But yeah, I don't know that I really had much else to say. I'm glad you didn't go for the gore fest. I appreciate that. That is appreciated. I liked this quite a bit, and I'm sure much more than I would have liked the gore fest myself. But yes, great job with this. I wish I had more to say. I feel like I had more specific critiques than praise, but overall, I really liked it. I thought it worked really well. Alright. Let us go on to Steven's story. I don't think we've quite unlocked Spectres yet, so we're what? So we have 300 more, so, or no, we have, haven't we? Because it would be 49, no, it would be 500, 501. Oh, okay, so yeah, no, it's or not 500, 5,100. Oh gosh, it would be 5,100, wouldn't it? So yeah, so we do still need the 900. Yep, 900 more bits. So if you want to unlock more, want to unlock Spectre's story, then make sure you cheer during the praise and critique of the story. It seems Wolf looked it up as well. It says hemophobia, also called hematophobia, is the fear of blood, wounds, and injuries. So where'd Decoy get the sanguinophobia then? I'm tapped out, says Ghoulish. Fair enough. Alright, let us begin. To write an Imbalance by Stephen, 342 words. The Arlock had taken everything when they raided Tehran's village. His wife, his child, his purpose. They had left him hollow that day, and in that hollow a new need calcified. A need not for revenge, but for redress, for a reckoning. For 10 days he had trailed their party. He had eaten little and slept less. Through the bone-shirred wastes and into the Jakrim desert, where it was said the wind echoed the dying lamentations of all whom the expanse claimed. past sand-blasted god markers, symbols of prosperity in centuries past, their reliefs long since lost to time. The Arlok he had known were riding to their settlement, spoils in tow. They had met his arrival with their every able blade, raiders, oath-sworn adolescents gripping spears in trembling hands. He, in turn, had met them all with steel and silence, one by one, swinging, hacking, piercing, until limbs moved no longer and eyes saw no further. Duran had crossed the threshold of their camp, blood moths already gathering, drawn to the thick stench of death. His wake was a trail of destruction and viscera, a carrion feast for any who would claim it. It was a settlement of cracked stone and sun-rotted hides, where bones served as structure and wind chimes alike, and fresh graves and effigies outnumbered the homes of the living. Dwelling to dwelling, Turan had strode, ending the lives of any he encountered with a flash of his sword, coming to the last of them. Inside, a woman huddled in the corner, clutching tightly 2 bundles swaddled in stained cloth. Her voice trembled. "What you've done here? Why?" she sobbed in broken trader's tongue. "So much blood. So much needless blood." Turan regarded the elder who had stood between him and the entrance, his throat torn open like a wineskin, his lifeblood soaking the sand. The thirsty earth drank deep. The bundle stirred, crying. Turan returned his attention to the woman. "My name is Turan," he stated, raising his blade, "and I come in the name of justice." Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Cheer for this story if it made you sad. Cheer for this story if you made you feel things. Stephen's note. Very much out of my wheelhouse here. I've never written dark fantasy before. Hope it lands. 1. What do you think of Turan's journey/actions? I wrote in third person limited, so the narrator's perspective is Turan's. The reason being that, well, I don't think this is quest for redress. I think it is revenge, and Turan is lying to himself. But I wanted ambiguity around that. Do you pick up on that as the reader? 2. I shifted tense towards the end, wanting to make the final actions feel more immediate and visceral. Initially, I didn't mark the change, but I added the tildes to signify it. I was worried it would otherwise just read as a mistake. Thoughts? Options are A. Maintain the tildes. B. Omit the tildes. C. Keep the whole thing in the same tense. 3. Did I lay it on too thick with the world building, particularly for this short format? I wanted to give it flavor, but maybe in flashback less is more. 4. Is it really high fantasy if there isn't a proper noun with an inexplicable apostrophe? Any other thoughts and critique? Very welcome. Thanks for reading. I think my other story this week is stronger, or at least it came a lot easier to me, but I'm going to submit this for the stream just because it's so removed from what I usually write. I stand by such choices. I mean, I didn't read the other one, but that's more similar to like why I pick the stories of mine that I pick. That it's like I don't pick the one I think is the best. I pick the one that I think is I tend to pick the one that I think is the worst or the one I have the most questions about, you know? And, like, not to say that this is this is bad in any way, but it's just, like, you're kind of going, I think the other one's better, and I'm unsure about this one, and so, like, I stand by that being a reason to pick this one. Thank you for the cheer, Death said. Alright. Well, I'm very surprised to hear that this is outside your wheelhouse, because I think you did a great job with it. And we'll go into the specifics, but overall, I think your fantasy world works quite well. So first thing, did you guys immediately get that the Arlok was a people group? Because for me, I thought that this was a beast at first, like the Arlok. Like, oh no, it's like it's the Rancor. It's the beast. It took everything, you know, that kind of thing. So I do think that, I don't remember exactly when I got it. I do think that, like, they rated does help, but I might have thought they was just, like, a non-gendered pronoun for the beast, you know? And so, let's see. it might have been were. It might have been the Arlok were that was like, oh, this is plural. This is people, not a beast. And I don't know exactly how you could clarify that, because, like, you could say, like, the Arlok people, but that might be a little awkward. But yeah, so that might just be a me thing, but it's something to be aware of. Oh, yeah, okay. Do I want to talk about this now, or when I get to the later paragraph? I don't know. Maybe later. So I like the beginning, like, they took everything. His wife, his child, his purpose. Really, really good phrasing. I really like that it's two, like, physical, tangible things, and then one more, like, metaphysical, mental thing. I really like that. There is kind of an element where I don't know if that last one is accurate, because, like, he gets a new purpose. That it's like, they took everything. They took his purpose. Actually, they gave him purpose. I think what you mean is, like, yeah, like, my purpose was my family, and like, they're gone. Okay, now I have a new purpose. And so it's like, they did take the purpose, but they also gave him a new one, you know? The Arlok tribe, yeah, that could work. But I do really like calcified. That's a great verb there. That's a lot. And I really like the 3 R words here. Not for revenge, but redress, a reckoning. And I especially like a reckoning for the final word. Thank you, Deathhead. So we have unlocked all 3 then. How lovely. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I think that is the most impactful one, so I think that works. I really like he'd eaten little and slept less. I like that compare-contrast. So, kind of speaking to, like, your world-building stuff, and this kind of, like, goes back to what I was talking about earlier, but the thing is, like, until the reader knows what this is and why they should care, it will fly over their head. And so, like, yeah, I'm like, okay, there's a waste and there's a desert. All right. And, like, I don't have a problem with that. It's not confusing or anything like that. But it doesn't really feel like, oh, yeah, so much world building, interesting. But rather just like, okay, yeah, he went through a desert, like, atmospheric kind of thing. And so, let's see. Like, I don't really have a problem that you, like, used proper names or anything. But if you were, like, intending to, like, create a world with these names, sure, it makes it clear it's not Earth. But it doesn't really tell me anything, like, particularly special about, you know, this world, if that makes sense. It's just like, yeah, it's another world, it has deserts, and that works for me, you know. The wind echoing the dying lamentations, that's great. And yeah, like, I don't know what the sandblasted god markers are, but I don't really mind that. That doesn't really hinder anything. I'm like, oh, interesting. Sandblasted god markers. That's kind of fun to say. Like, it makes me think of, like, I don't know, obelisks or something from that were meant to be for the gods long ago, and now they're buried in the sand, you know, kind of thing. Or, like, I don't know, like the signs that you might see on the side of the road, but they're for the gods or something like that, you know. And that is, like, that is a benefit to using a word that, like, combines words from our world, you know, that saying something like god marker. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I have, like, some guesses and stuff like that, so I'm not totally lost about it. And so, yeah, again, it's not really like, ooh, wow, like, super expansive and interesting world. And it's like, huh, interesting, wonder what that is. And it doesn't really hinder anything, but I kind of, like, forget about it by the end of the story, if that makes sense. And I do really like that explanation of symbols of prosperity in centuries past. I think that's great. Especially with, like, the themes of the story as a whole. So, the thing that I had to come back to. So, I think one of my main critiques for the story is that There are raiders who killed his entire village, and he kills all of them. And so I kind of need to know at the very least that he's a warrior. If not, that he's a really good warrior. Because otherwise I'm like, so he went to, like, their village, their settlement, and, like, even though they're very skilled raiders who wiped out his whole town, he killed them all? Like, I didn't know he had that kind of skill. You know, I didn't know he was built like that. And there's kind of an element here of, you know, the Arlok had taken everything away when they raided Turan's village. We don't know if he was there. So if he was there, and he had the power to wipe them all out, why didn't he do that while he was there, you know? So I think saying something like, you know, Turan had come home to his village in flames. The Arlok had taken everything when they raided. You know, that kind of thing. I think that would work quite well. And then, you know, you would have to say something like, I don't know if saying the warrior Turan would be too heavy-handed, but maybe you could say something like, you know, he picked up his sword, and so, like, yes, he has a sword. You know, he has a sword, or like, if you were even able to do something like, he picked up the sword that he had never wanted to pick up again, something along those lines. You know, you have to use different words than picked up both times, but you know what I mean. Something to convey that he is skilled with a sword, that he's a warrior, or something like that, would definitely be helpful. I do like the list: raiders, oathsworn, adolescents, gripping spears and trembling hands. Like, this is our first clue that it's like, hey, he's killing innocents here. Like, okay, we're going after the raiders. Like, that's the revenge. That's the supposed justice. Oathsworn, they could still be a problem. Okay, adolescents gripping spears and trembling hands. Okay, now that's starting to sound like overkill, you know. So I think that works for what your intentions are. And then I like the you know, they met him like this, and then he met them with this. I like that mirrored phrasing. I like limbs move no longer, I saw no longer. I think great little mirroring there. I like the blood moths. Again, this kind of goes along with what I was saying about using, like, two words that we know. In our world, as far as I know, we don't have a moth called a blood moth. This is a fantasy moth. But just putting together blood moth, I'm like, okay, yeah, seems like a moth that feeds on blood. I'm with you. You know, you don't have to really explain it because you're used words that I know. If you were like the Trividuc, you know, we're gathering, I'm like, what is the Trividuc? So I like that world building, and that definitely was like, ooh, like, moths who feed on blood, like vampire moths? Cool. I'm into that. As a settlement of cracked stone and sun-rotted hides, that very good image. Bones serve as structure and wind chimes alike. That definitely adds to, like, they are definitely a violent people. And I especially like the wind chimes thing, just the image. I mean, I think the structures is technically worse, like thinking of houses made of bones. But in a weird way, it's actually less evocative, just especially because it's not even houses, it's structures. And so the vagueness of the word doesn't give me as strong of an image. But the wind chimes, I can totally imagine bones as wind chimes, and that really works well and conveys what kind of people they are. And then I'm curious how many of you caught the mirroring, because I caught it immediately. I immediately was like, oh, like, they killed his wife and child, and now he's killing one of their wife and child. Like, at the beginning, they killed innocents they didn't need to kill, and at the end, he's killing innocents he doesn't need to kill. And so I really liked that. I thought that worked very well. But everyone I've talked to didn't get it. Didn't see the mirroring. And so I'm curious, you know, what's the majority? Did the majority get the mirroring or not get the mirroring? I don't know. I also am curious if it was one bundle, if it was more directly mirrored of wife and child, and like a singular wife and child rather than like a wife and twins. I do wonder if that would make more folks get the mirroring more quickly. So that's a thought. And I do think that's a much more powerful than an image than just saying like inside a woman huddled in a corner clutching her baby. Saying tightly two bundles swaddled in stained cloth is so much more evocative. Like the swaddled and like it's already bundled makes you think baby, swaddled absolutely does, and then stained makes you think like their swaddling blankets already have blood on them, and that's already like oh gosh, oh no. I do like the detail about the broken trader's tongue. I like the question, and it does like work for the prompt and stuff. However, there's definitely a question of why is she asking this? Because especially when they have houses made of bones, like, do you not know what your people are about, my good lady? Like, presumably you know that your people, your husband included, probably, did a lot of raiding, killed a lot of people, and even if you weren't a part of it, even if your husband wasn't a part of it, like, did they hide it from the women? Were they like, yeah, we're going off on our weekly golf game again, honey, might come back bloody again, that's just golf, you know? So it's like, what do you mean so much needless blood? Surely you know, like, oh, you're here because, like, my people raided your village and killed your people. You know, wouldn't you know that? And so I think, you know, that maybe having her, like, cry for her husband or something like that might work a little bit better. I also do feel like saying the husband instead of the elder would work a little bit better, and again, like, emphasize that mirroring a little bit more, that it's like, yeah, her regarded her husband, and, like, talking about the relationship, because the elder is just kind of like, okay, like, it's a powerful guy in the camp, but he didn't seem to have any, like, particular vendetta against, like, the chieftain, the elder of the camp. It was just, like, all of them need to die. And so, and then elder kind of, like, can, like, you know, the elder of the village doesn't have to be an old person, but it does kind of give the image of this is an old person, and, you know, the woman is, like, of childbearing age, and so does not seem to be an elder lady, unless, of course, this is grandma with the grandkids. And so, so I do think that focusing on the husband, the relationship, would add a little impact and add a little mirroring there. His throat torn open like a wineskin, brutal image, but very well written. The thirsty earth drank deep. I think I keep tripping on that because it's like thirsty earth, but I like the image. I think that works well. And then, you know, having the bundle start crying adds to the horror of it. And then, you know, I come in the name of justice, works very well, of course, and I like that you use the prompt as it's just blood, as in it's justice blood. it's blood I am just in taking. I really like that someone went for that. I think that works very well. Let's answer your questions. So I totally got that. I totally got that he thinks that this is justice. He thinks that this is redress, but it totally is revenge. I saw that, for sure. I'm not sure if everybody else did. I don't know if you didn't see the mirroring, if you wouldn't catch it, but especially with that mirroring at the end, I was like, oh yeah, like this is clearly showing he has become the monster he hates, you know? So for the 10th shift is interesting because before I read your notes, I made my little note here of that this is in the pluperfect, because I was like, in addition to the, wait, you know, like how is he a warrior kind of question, this one stuck out. This beginning here was like, oh. So it's funny because all of this is in pluperfect. I didn't notice until I got here, and you know what? I didn't notice going forward. I thought it all was past tense, and it suddenly switched to pluperfect. And so it made this line less impactful because it's like, oh yeah, like they had met his blade, like this happened in the past, rather than like they met his blade. You know, we're here, this is happening. And so I did not notice that this whole section was in a different tense than the rest. And I made a note here of the break was not needed because you were like, okay, he came to the last of them inside, like that directly follows. I see now why you did it. But yeah, so those were my comments before I read your notes. But after you're reading your notes, I would be curious to hear what other folks in the chat thought. I would definitely vote for just doing it all in past, because, like I said, there is an element of putting that second layer of distance of, oh, it had happened in the past, makes it hit less hard. And, like, sure, that was exactly your point if you wanted the end to hit harder. But it actually, it kind of had the reverse effect. That instead of having it be like, yeah, this part hits hard, but this part hit harder. Instead, it kind of read as like, this part hits hard, and like, this hits less. You know what I mean? And so, especially because I didn't really notice it and it didn't really have the hit harder impact, then I would definitely say just have it all hit hard, have it all in past. I'm unsure if my advice would be do all this in past and do this in present. If you want to do that, that would definitely keep this punchy and make this punchier, and it would be very noticeable. But even with the break, I might still go, why did you switch to present? And I might still have all the blue as switching it to past, not realizing it was intentional. So, I don't know. At least these two work together, that it's not a tense shift. Because if you switch from past to present, then that can very much read like a mistake of like, oh, you the whole story should be told in one tense. Why'd you switch tense? You know, kind of thing. This didn't have that problem. Like, it's fine to put pluperfect and past together. It's not that noticeable. It's not a huge problem, but it's not that noticeable, you know? So I think what you have works. I don't think it's wrong or bad or anything like that, but I do feel like just keeping it all past would work better for me personally. And if you had taken out the tildes, I wouldn't have noticed, you know, the difference. Yeah, you did not lay it on too thick with the world building. So yeah, I forgot how you phrased the question. No, because I wasn't like, oh my god, it wasn't like, ooh, like amazing, weird world. And neither was it like, what is this world? There's too much happening. It was just kind of like, okay, like, we're in a desert, and, like, we're in a fantasy world, because it has a fantasy name. And so you definitely didn't lay it on too thick. I think what you had was perfectly fine. It didn't really add or detract. Like, it didn't add much to the story to, like, label the deserts and stuff, but it didn't detract from the story, so the answer is you didn't lay it on too thick. And I liked the flavor of the blood moths, for sure. And the other question is silly. Oh, yeah, okay, I forgot about that. I'm glad I wrote that down. Something that you could have done, I don't know if this was an answer to, like, the tense thing, but if you sandwiched it, if you had him, like, walking into where the lady is at the beginning, and then you do, like, the tildes, and then you have all this, and then you come back to the lady, that could work. I don't know if it would have made me recognize the tense change, but that's just something that could have worked for the story. That might have been able to work with present tense, I'm not sure. But yeah, if you did present tense, past tense, present tense, then it would seem more clear that, like, this was intentional, I think. So like, yeah, I think it works as is, but that's something you could do to make like, hey, I'm trying to emphasize this a little bit clearer. But yes, let's see what folks have been saying. Which I thought it was a people. Yes, I was thinking along the lines of Conan the Barbarian. Gotcha. Steven, hello, thank you for reading my story. I'm just in time to have missed it entirely. Oh no. Well, you'll have to listen to it in the VOD. Yeah, I did consider maybe they'd raided just his isolated home, no village, and that he'd been away when it happened. I probably should have gone back and amended. Gotcha. Well, why? Then I'd have a new question. Why would they do that? Why would they just be like, F you in particular? Like, F your wife in particular? Oh gosh, that sounds so much worse. You know, your wife and child dead. Like, if they're raiders, like, they want, you know, I would think that they want, like, the food, the money, the valuables, and they kill the people to get it. And so it's not like, I want to kill the people. It's like, I want your stuff, and I'll kill you. And so, why would they just go to his house and just kill his wife and leave, and child and leave? Yeah, Blood Moth works for sure, says Decoy. Just said I saw the mirroring at once. Decoy, nope, I got the mirroring. Steven, why are there bones on your golf course? Blood golf. Golf. That sounds like the Despicable Me, like girls. Golf. Steven, I meant Elder as an older person. I was trying to rationalize why he wouldn't have been an able body to meet Tehran at the gate. Oh, I see. I mean, I didn't even consider why why it wouldn't be her husband. So obviously I didn't have that problem. But I do feel like if you need like an explanation, it totally makes sense that a man would be like, no, I am protecting my wife. I'm not going to the gate. I'm staying at my house. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's weird. Maybe that is weird, but I don't know. I wouldn't have batted it. You could have said something like, you know, presumably her grandfather or something, you know, regarding the elder, presumably her grandfather. I don't know. But that might have been weird. Sounds like if Goofy didn't know how to say golf. Amazing. Steven, ooh, I like the frame narrative idea. Nice. Raiders gonna raid. Oh gosh. Alrighty, Rue. But very good job. Yes, I thought you did a great job with the little fantasy story. I think it was written very well. Yeah, thank you so much for submitting. Let us go on. A fresh coat of blood. Mortal kin, Kallion, by Spectre. 350 words. Ow! Cyria complained. I barely even touched you, Kallion grumbled. Honestly, you're a warrior. How come you charge into battle every time Fen gives the order? But one tiny splinter and you start whining. It's a big splinter, Cyria countered, and it hurts. Never hurts this much in a fight. Kallion sighed and set a pair of tweezers onto the, quite frankly, small splinter that had found its way into Cyria's arm. Footsteps made them both look up. Hemi had returned, covered head to toe in blood. Her hair clung to her face, her clothes were drenched in blood, and her face hidden behind a mass of red. She clutched her spear in her hand, and a stench of gore emanated from her. I need a wash, Hemi muttered, sounding more annoyed than anything. What the? Kallion recovered first. What happened to you? Calm down, I'm not hurt, Hemi replied. Her posture was remarkably stable. It didn't look like she was hurt, despite the literal bloodbath she must have just taken. Cyria wrinkled her nose at the smell. The lake's over there, Kallion pointed. Let me check you for injuries first. I'm not bleeding or anything, it's fine. Hemi walked over to the shimmering water just beyond the trees, taking off her cloak, gloves, and hide armor as she did so. This isn't my blood. Just down to her undershirt, She waded into the lake and dove underwater. Kallion exchanged a look with Cyria as they watched Hemi wash the blood off herself. Kallion used the brief distraction to pull the splinter from Cyria's arm and walked over to Hemi, who had resurfaced. There was not a single scratch or bruise on her, as far as he could see. "What happened to you?" Kallion said cautiously. "Like I said, I'm fine," Hemi sighed. "I just tripped and fell." "Into what? A blood barrel?" "Believe it or not that far off." Hemi wiped strands of hair out of her eyes, the water around her a faint red. "Hand me my armor. I need to wash that too." Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Stephen says, "Thank you for reading and for your critique." Well, thank you very much for submitting. It's the final story. Europe intensifies. Amazing. Alrighty. Spectre asks, one, I tried to use the prompt in the sense that Kallion thinks Hemi is injured, but she's actually just covered in blood, as in I'm not hurt, it's just blood. Did that come across? Two, I tried really hard not to say the prompt out loud because it flowed so natural into the conversation. You think the conversation feels less natural because I omitted it? Three, I thought it would be funny to have the contrast of Cyria complaining about one little splinter while Hemi walks in completely drenched in blood. Did that work for you? Four, any other questions or comments? And I will provide another question for the chat, which is, did you need to know why this happened? Like, did you need to know what the incident was, what caused her to be covered in blood? Or did it work for you that it was not stated, or even work better for you that it wasn't stated? All right. Well, I think this is a very solid story. This, for the most part, this story really worked for me, and it flows pretty dang well. So I'm really not sure I'm gonna have much to say about it because it just overall works really well. But I'll do my best. I do really like this opener of the splinter and the fact that, you know, she's this warrior, but she's still complaining about the splinter. I especially like it because, you know, it would kind of be the low blow to go for, like, oh yes, like, of course, the girl is all whiny about a splinter. But making it clear, no, this is a warrior girl. Like, she's not, whining about it because she's a girl. Like, she's whining about it because she's whining about it, you know? She knows how to fight, and I do love, that she's like, it never hurts this much in a fight, that presumably the injuries in a fight are much worse, but, like, she just has the adrenaline of battle, and so it doesn't hurt as much. But when it's a tiny splinter at home, then it hurts like the dickens. I think that's really interesting, and, you know, I don't know, could potentially be like an allegory for, is that the right word? Analogy, maybe? For real life, that some things can be like that, so that, like, the big scary things that should be more painful aren't as much, but the little thing, you know, that gets you, like, that hurts worse, kind of thing. And I do especially like it's a big splinter! And I also like the reply of, like, the narration reply of, like, the, quite frankly, small splinter. I think that's great. I do like the image of Hemi walking in covered in blood. I think that all your imagery there works really well. The stench of gore is, like, I don't know, especially using the word gore, is like, like, this goes from, like, oh my gosh, to, like, oh my gross. And then I do like the, like, I need a wash, and she's just annoyed, not explaining anything. That is pretty fun. Literal bloodbath is great. Cyria wrinkling her nose is great. I don't know why exactly he has to point out where the lake is. Lakes are pretty big, and presumably she can see it. You could use that as a joke, like, the lake's over there, like, thanks, I wouldn't have found it. You know, that could work. But it being played straight, there's a little bit of question there. I do think that one of my biggest critiques for the story is that it does feel a bit odd that they keep asking her if she's hurt when she clearly has said that she's not hurt. Like, I believe her the first time. I believe her the first time that she's like, I'm not hurt. And so it seems weird that, like, not only does he, like, ask a second time, and she has to clarify a second time, they let's see, I think there's something in here too. Like, he's still wondering about it here, and, like, she still has to repeat it here. And so that like, it might make sense for him to, like, ask again and just be like, are you sure you're not hurt? And I do think that a phrasing like that of, like, are you sure, would help. But, like, him basically, like, after she has clearly said she's not hurt, he continues to be wondering, does seem a little bit weird. So I think that pivots into my other thing, is that for me, I really did feel like the story felt incomplete without me knowing what it was. That it's a very interesting scene, it works very well, it's well written, but I'm kind of left going, by the end, I'm kind of left going like, okay, but what happened though? You know, rather than like, fun story, you know? And I think the fact that he keeps asking if she's hurt and when she clearly isn't is part of why I feel like I need to know, because I'm like, these are not the questions you should be asking. Like, even if she's not hurt, this is still cause for concern. Like, how'd she get blood from head to toe on her? Like, did she kill a big monster that got its blood all over her? Did she kill a person who got their blood all over her? Did she literally bathe in the blood? Like, what happened? You know? And, like, if I'm, as the reader, sitting here going, like, what the heck happened? Was it this? Was it this? Was it this? And the readers aren't doing that. Or, not the readers. The characters aren't doing that. And the characters are just sitting there asking the same question that's already been answered over and over. That even more makes me go, I need to know. Like, I need more answers than this. If that makes sense. And then I think it works, you know, her going into the lake. I think that's well described. I do like him pulling the splinter out. I wish that you had Cyria react. I wish that Cyria, like, screamed or was like, ow! It was, like, very over dramatic about it. Or, of course, you could do the classic, like, he takes it out, and then she's like, oh, thanks. You know, oh, I'm fine. That could also work. But I like that he used the distraction. And I do like the clue that we got. I do like that we got a little clue that maybe, that it wasn't, especially because I'm sitting here wondering, what did you kill? Or what, like, was killed around you? And so knowing, like, maybe it literally was, there was blood hanging, like, in a barrel out there, and she maybe fell into it. Something adjacent to that, then that does help. What is he gonna say? So I actually think you're kind of overthinking the prompt, because honestly, just, like, her showing up in blood and then, like, Hemi treating it casually, that alone works for me to fulfill the prompt. That it's like, what? What's the problem? You know, like, I'm treating it casually, it's just blood. You don't actually have to make that distinction of, like, it's my blood versus it's just blood. Like, you know, I don't need that further prompt use to get the prompt use. It works, and I like that you went so ham on the prompt. But as I said, I did kind of have an issue with him continuing to ask it, and honestly, like, just the first ask, just him going, like, you okay? And her being like, it's fine. Like, I'm not hurt. That does what you want it to do. That does the second prompt use of, it's I'm not hurt, it's just blood, you know? I think it worked without the prompt. I might, like, me being a stick in the mud, if you had said it, I probably would have been like, I don't like that you said it out loud. So I think it worked. I had no problems with you not saying it. It was not more awkward that you didn't say it. So I like the contrast, but I needed something a little bit more to fully get it, because I did kind of have a critique of like, okay, the splinter is kind of just like them doing something. Like they could have been having lunch. They could have been playing darts. They could have been doing anything. They just needed to be doing something. And so, especially knowing you intended it to be a mirror, I think that works quite well. However, I think that you should have had Cyria bleed. And that you should have had, like, maybe when he pulls it out, that she, like, bleeds a little bit or something. Then I think that would have even more solidified that this is meant to be a purposeful contrast. I did have that thought of, I was at the beginning thinking that the splinter would be the cause of the blood, so I was very surprised when, like, Hemi shows up covered in blood, so I think that works quite well to, like, have the reader be expecting one prompt use and then get another one, especially because you want us to be as surprised as the characters are, so I think that works very well in that sense. But I do still think at the end, like, you know, at the beginning or the end, you know, you could have had Cyria bleed to help show this is a purposeful compare-contrast sort of thing. Yeah, let's see what folks have been saying. Oh man, if this goes longer than half an hour, I might have to tap out. Aw, that's too bad. But, you know, you've been here the whole time, so we appreciate your service. Ghoulish says we don't really need to know. Stephen, I think with the prompt in particular, works not knowing what happened. It's just blood. Fair enough. So why did you guys not have the same problem that I did? Like, are you able to explain it? Because, like I said, I felt like the story was incomplete. I felt like I was like, okay, stop asking these questions. Ask different questions. Why are you not asking? Yeah, I think that's part of it. That I really felt like I could have gotten the answer if they asked the right questions. They just didn't, you know? So I'm, like, frustrated. I'm not getting it. So, you know, what was your reaction, and why did the story not feel incomplete? You know, why did you not have that reaction? Rotten meat is one of the worst smells. Fair. I did wonder why they didn't just go to the lake. I don't know, I like that it's a noodle incident. Fair enough. Dog point of view? What is that related to? I don't know, I'm just used to these stories not explaining everything due to the extreme word limit. I mean, that's fair, but I guess it's, to me, kind of a difference between, like, you have a big universe. Of course you're not going to explain every universe thing. But, like, you also have the plot of this story. And, like, the climax to the plot of this story is learning what happened. Yeah, that's the other part of it, I think, actually. That it feels like it doesn't have a climax to me. Because it's like, okay, she comes in covered in blood. She's still here covered in blood. She's washing off the blood. And there's no, like, it's not building up to anything. Like, once she arrives, like, that's where the rest of the story goes. It's just like, she's covered in blood. And the story doesn't really change or have any sort of arc from there. And so I think that's part of it as well. That, like, learning what it was, I think to me would feel like, here's the new and exciting information that we got at the end. So it feels like it's not, you know, just the same information repeated, if that makes sense. There's a horror movie someone shot from a dog's point of view called Good Boy. It feels even more horrifying, the fact that I know it's a horror movie and it's called Good Boy. Yes, the elf thing, the Betty reacting to the shot is the reaction to the splinter. Exactly. Those are the vibes I'm thinking about, for sure. And I'm not saying, like, that you guys are wrong or anything, that you guys are fine with it and that I'm right or anything like that. Like, it's totally fine that we had different reactions and stuff like that, and it seems like the majority is fine with it. I just had, like, it was my biggest problem with the story, and so I'm very, Whoa, why'd you snooze it? And so I'm very surprised that that nobody else had that problem when it was like my biggest problem with it. But anywho, thank you so much for submitting, Spectre. Very good story. It is time to announce the prompt for next week. Oh, sorry, yeah, that was like my last sentence of the discussion. I was like, okay, I'll just say my last sentence and mad. Alrighty. In third place, whoa, we have a lot of ties. In third place, we have a three-way tie, each with 14 votes. And this is A Night at the Opera, Soul Painting, and The Beauty of Being Broken. All very good prompts. Happy to see them so high. But not our prompts. In second place, with 15 votes, we have What Have I Done? I think that one got pretty high last time as well. And in first place, with 24 votes, so like a whole 10 votes more than the other ones pretty much, we have Death's Right Hand. I am not surprised that our group enjoyed this prompt, wanted this prompt. Of course, it brings to mind the idea of like a right-hand man, right? That you have the Grim Reaper or Grim Reaper adjacent character, and you have their right-hand man, their assistant, their most trusted henchman, their ally, you know, kind of thing. What is a day in the life of Death's right-hand man like, you know? I think Terry Pratchett has a book called Mort that I think is about that, like, you know, Mort, who is Death's right-hand man. So I presume, I haven't read it, I've just heard about it, but I presume that's a little more comedic and fun in tone. But of course you could do more serious, you know, have it be more like, oh yes, like, you know, Death's right-hand man, you are either giving out death or you are witnessing a lot of death. You know, it's an intense job. It could be like Death doesn't even do the death. You're the one who does the death because you're the right-hand man, you know, kind of thing. It might not be the literal Grim Reaper. It might be just somebody who is very ruthless and causes a lot of death, right? That it's like, yes, they dole out the death, and so you're the right-hand man to them. It could even be kind of like a corrupted billionaire type character who doesn't even actively kill people, but through their actions or their factories or whatever, they end up killing people, and you're the right-hand man, you know. You could write about the right-hand man betraying death and being like, no, I'm not a fan of all this death, actually. And then I really like that you did not use the phrasing of Death's right-hand man, but just Death's right hand. Because it also leaves you opportunity to do stuff with literal hands. Like, you could have it that somehow someone cut off Death's right hand and, like, there's a skeletal hand, like, preserved in a glass coffin or something like that, you know. That it could be, like, this one I will snooze. You know, could it be that, like, Death's right hand is what you need to summon Death's scythe? And so, like, you have Death's right hand, and so you can summon Death's scythe. Is Death, you know, coming after you to get his hand back. It makes me think of, like, the stall goblin, the goblin, you know, skeleton arm that you can get in Tears of the Kingdom, this sort of thing. I had another, like, a third category of thought that flew out of my brain. Let me think. right? So, like, a person who is your right-hand man, the actual right hand. It could be that, like, not so much that there's a literal personification of death, or even, like, a person who causes a lot of death, but just rather, you could be a person, well, I guess this goes back to that, but, like, you could be a person that causes a lot of death, and that could make you Death's right hand, right? That it's like, oh, yes, that person, they go out and they kill countless. They must be the right hand of death, sort of thing. Even though there isn't a literal personification of death in the story. Like, they're helping death. It also makes me think of Thanos in the Marvel comics, who's, like, in love with death. You know, could someone who's in love with death be counted as their right hand? You know, he is out here causing all this death to get her affection. Could you say that he is her right hand? It could basically be somebody who does the actions of death, right? It's kind of that idea, but, like, you are my hands and feet, you know, you are my hand, you do my actions, rather than, like, oh, I'm Death's assistant, I help out with the reaping of souls. It could be like, no, you're the action. Like, maybe you could write it from, like, the perspective of Death's scythe, that the thing always in Death's right hand, the tool for the death, you know, kind of thing. Wild. Mort was Death's apprentice. Nice. Maybe they're just so good at killing people, people call them Death's right hand. Exactly. Death's right hand, or entity, is either Albert or Death of Rats. Not sure what you're talking about there. Like the Hand of Glory? What's the Hand of Glory? I know I've heard of this, but I'm not, you know, off the top of my head. Let's see here. Oh, we have a dictionary thing. So, right hand. A hand of a person's right side. The region or direction on the right side of a person or thing. Ooh, I'm pretty sure it's about to say this, but even though this isn't what I read, but it could be morally right. It could be the morally right part of death. You could be trying to help death, be a better person, and you know, you could be like, there's a lot of death going on. Death? Can we maybe, like, do less death? It could be that death has a left hand and a right hand, and, like, the left hand is the, you know, merciless, horrifying deaths, and the right hand is, like, the merciful deaths, you know, maybe you are the person who gives out the merciful deaths, kind of thing. That could be really interesting. A most important position next to someone, an efficient or indispensable assistant. On or toward the right side of a person or thing, done with or using the right hand. Yes. So yeah, it could literally just be a directional thing that, like, you're not even their, like, most valued assistant or anything. You're just, like, the person who sits on the right of death, you know? It could be maybe death is your dad and you sit on his right at the dinner table, you know, kind of thing. Or maybe, like I said, or maybe your dad is a corrupt billionaire who causes death and you sit at his right hand every dinner, you know, sort of thing. Hand of Glory is a dried and pickled hand of a hanged man, often specified as being the left, and, or if the person was hanged for murder, the hand that did the deed. Huh. Interesting. I didn't know this was like it's not like a singular hand, it's a lot of hands. And I'm assuming it would say that if I clicked on the article, but, why? Why'd they do this? BOV, you're Hades' writing quill. Oh, that's great. Uncomfortable family dinners with Zagreus, Hades game. I haven't played that game yet. Sinister does mean left hand. Right hand is Dexter. Yep, the left hand is associated with sinisterness. So indeed, it goes back to the like moral rightness sort of thing. Like the plenipotentiary powers of death. What is plenipotentiary? What a cool word. Sounds like potential. Oh, it just says agent or ambassador. A person, especially a diplomatic agent, invested with full power or authority to transact business or on behalf of another. Yeah, I'm saying, like, you are the hands and feet. That's that. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Righty-roo. Well, this was a very fun stream. I hope that you guys have enjoyed it. Very happy to get all the stories unlocked. That was lovely. But yes. Missy reads, impressed by you being able to pronounce that word. I've never heard it. Thanks. I mean, I don't know if I pronounced it right or anything, but yeah, I haven't heard it either. And welcome! We are a writing group. We write 350 word microfiction for weekly prompts on our Discord, if somebody can offer the Discord link to them. And then I read some of our submissions here on the stream on Saturday. So, yeah. Unfortunately, we're at the end, so you won't be hearing them. But you can always go and watch the VOD. And I'm now announcing the prompt for next week, which is Death's Right Hand. Dope! I'm in! Aw, that's great to hear. Death's Right Hand could also be any psychoprompt. That's true, yeah, that you know, some sort of ferryman of death, that instead of being like the weapon, the person who helps with the destruction, it could be just the person who ferries them into Death's world or helps them in that kind of way. Now I'm imagining like Death's receptionist. It's like, yeah, the person who gets Death coffee, that kind of thing. But yeah, so very excited to see what you guys will do with this. If all goes according to plan, the spring stories will be next Saturday. So you'll have 2 weeks with this. That means you can write one more story than usual. I might still do the prompt collection next week, so that you know what the next one is to work with. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm always torn. I'm always like, I don't want to confuse people, but I also like knowing what the prompt is gonna be, and I think other people like knowing what it's gonna be. Thank you for the follow, whoever followed. Yep, we'll feel it out. Yes, so have fun with the prompt. Okay, you're picturing a secretary. Very fair. But yes, if you're not read here on stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. Oh, and please start thinking about who you want me to raid while I'm saying this. Brain. Come back to me, brain. Discord is awesome. They do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. It's first come, first serve. So, the earlier you submit, then the earlier you'll get read. And there's a lot more back and forth discussion on voice. You can submit your story to read to everyone else. You can have somebody else read for you, or you can just lurk. Whatever you so desire. Join us, or else you'll be at Death's Right Hand very soon. Oh, that's a good one. That, like, dying brings you to Death's Right Hand. That works pretty well. Now imagine Katie's brain is a small, cute fish swimming away. She tries to catch it. Cute. Yes, we're out of snoozes. Tell me quick. Tell me who to raid in the next 30 seconds, so we can do it before the ad. I mean, we can do a last little attempt on the spear place. Cypher Robinson. Who is Cypher Robinson? I want to make sure they are a trustworthy person to raid before I just go for it. Apparently I go into accent town when I get tired. Like that it kind of looks like the book has bubbles coming out of it. He's a dude writing his book. Okay. That works for me then. Oops. It's all right, Missy. You can join us for the next time. Indeed. There we go. Okie dokie. All right. I will see you all next time. Goodbye.